Work it, fix it.
Well, hello there. I hope you're well. There we go. Okay. Hi. Yosh, Twink, Fastidious, Billy. Anyone else lurking? I hope you're well. I hope you're excited for... What are we even playing today? It's some game I don't think anyone's heard of. You don't quite remember? Well, I mean, if we need to pick something else, I've got like 11 different replacements. How did I launch this? When I say how do I launch this, I mean where did I save the folder? Is it this? Oh. Have I tried clicking it? That worked. Thank you. Might need a double oh, fun story for you guys. So, hi there. At work, we use these hold on. How did I get this to fit last time? Oh. Oh, isn't that crazy? That's insane. This is crazy tech we got going on right here. Oh my god. It just works. Wish I was joking. We have a I know. We have software we use called Primavera P6. It's a scheduling software. And I have always double clicked to open schedule files, and then you would import them into a database, and then you could like edit them and work with them, right? Well, I was teaching somebody how to like do something like completely unrelated. It had something, well, it had something to do with like schedule, like the schedule, but using the software, I was like, okay, so double click and load it up. And they said, what? And I was like, double click the schedule so that it opens? They're like, you can't do that. And I was like, excuse me, sir, what the fuck do you mean you can't do that? We go back and forth for a little bit. I go, double click the fucking schedule file, dude. This is a guy I get along with really well. So we were like absolutely like, you know, fucking shooting it back and forth. I was like, double click the fucking file, dude. And he goes, he's like, all right. Double clicks the file, nothing happens. I said, you didn't click fast enough. Does it again, nothing. I'm getting concerned now because I'm like, have I secretly been doing it a different way and not realized it this whole time? So I grabbed the keyboard from him. I try, you know, pressing enter. I try doing all the, you know, run, open, all that stuff. Nothing. Apparently, I am the only person at the company who can open a schedule file. Like, my computer is the only one that will actually run it if I double click it. We tried it on everybody else's computer and no one else could double click. Everyone else had to use the import function. We have no idea why, but it was probably the weirdest hour of my life, walking just office to office and going, "Hey, are you free? Are you free for a second? We're conducting a survey." Oh my god. It was good. That sounds like a sexy lore computer story. I don't, it kind, you know what? It kind of does. It's so surprising. It was so surprising. I was like, what do you mean you can't double click it? And I like, you know, I went through like everything. He has one of those weird ergonomic like mice that are like vertical instead of like a normal one. And so I was like, is it just like your mouse? Is it like that you just, yeah. He's like 3 or 4 years older than me. I'm like, is it that you're too old, that the arthritis is acting up? I'm like, what's going? No computer can work with it. So when I get a new computer, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it anymore. Which sucks, because that's always how I've done it. I don't know what setting I changed to do it. Huh? Oh, right. Yeah, heart, body, and sedatives. All right, let's turn back the pages, or I guess turn forward the pages. Turn back, turn forward. Congrats on making progress. I'm thinking of playing that soon. I don't know when soon is. I kind of want to play through all the Yakuza games. Huh? Oh, right. I gave up on this because they kept adding more chapters. Oh, well. All right. No more falling into autism. Was that the name of the last one? Heart. Body and sedatives. Also, I don't know what problems Sam had. I was able to export the entire VOD, no muted moments. So everyone's gonna get to say, Yoshi's gonna get to hear us say hello to him. My body flinches in surprise at hearing the sudden sound. There are fragments of broken cups at my feet. Why are there cups? Are there even any cups like this in the cabin? No, I shouldn't have been holding cups in the first place. What I was holding was that cryptic newspaper. Surprised again, I turn my head in the direction of the voice. Hello again. All of a sudden, I see the brown-skinned woman who slapped me in my dream. I'm confused. Sort it out. I have to sort it out. The things inside my head. Sort them out. The more I try, the more of a mess it seems to become. Calm down. Calm down, Fuyukawa Kokoro. Hey, Sam. Hey, Crimson. We're so back. I only remembered 10 and 12. Unfortunately, you're gonna need to find like a 7 and a 17 as well after the 11. Then the brown-skinned woman rushes over to me. She peers worriedly at my face. Where does it hurt? Nowhere, really. I shake my head reflexively. You surprised me. The woman kneels in front of me and starts to pick up the fragments of the broken cups. She glances at me with a worried expression on her face. Need to turn this down a little bit. I need to just a little bit do that. Her kind behavior leaves me bewildered. It's totally different from before. I ask as I shy away from the woman. Yuni's here. He looks at me with a teasing smile. I survey my surroundings. If it isn't the shelter cabin, something comes back to me. This room, too, had been in the dream I had before. Inside the room, there were two people besides myself. I remember seeing those two. These two are the same as in that dream. Brown-skinned woman and Yuni. In addition, beyond the living area, a single girl casually appears. The edge is getting cut off? Oh, they might be. Hold on. This is like a slightly different size from my 4K capture tool for Zelda, which is really annoying. No, it's still more. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Did I do this or did I do this? No, I used... Oh, God. Now it's not loading. I used this. He has a can you believe it? A whole torso. For mysterious gifted child. What are they going to do? Give him legs next or something? There we go. In addition, beyond the living area, a single girl casually appears. I remember seeing this girl too. Inabushi Keiko. Everyone stares at me with puzzlement in their eyes. How scandalous. Inabushi cake. It's a name I've heard somewhere before, but where I heard it, I can't remember. Or is it just my imagination? The name Satoru is pretty common. No, something like that doesn't matter. So what does this mean? If I remember correctly, I was reading a strange article in the newspaper. In the article, it informed information about the plane crash as well as Uni being rescued. And it was written there that I was going to die. I don't remember anything after that. I'm at my wit's end. I wonder what happened to me after I saw the newspaper. I wonder what I did then. Brown-skinned woman softly places her hand on my shoulder. I shake it off unintentionally. However, I see the woman's uneasy expression and feel guilty. I'm probably seeing the same dream again. The dream I'd had before I regained consciousness in the shelter cabin. That time I saw my own appearance in the glass. That shouldn't be. Praying that I went over to the large window on the south side of the living area. The window should reflect my appearance like a mirror. It certainly does reflect it. Not me, but a man I've never seen before appears there. In the previous stream, the last thing I saw was this man. Love how everyone's like, man, what's wrong with you? Well, to be fair, you know, I don't feel like the other people understand that we're going through a... How did Yosh phrase it in the PowerPoint? Personality swap. Something. We just... They just blink and all of a sudden we're acting strange. It's good. It isn't a lie. The man reflected in the window makes the exact same movements as myself. They should just know IMO. You know there's somebody that's like started playing this game just somewhere in the world and got fed up and quit because they're like, why doesn't everyone else just understand that we're swapping bodies? World's strangest Freaky Friday. He shakes his head as if saying no, no, and covers his mouth in shock. And he stares straight at me. This is me? It shouldn't be. Something like that can't be possibly be.
Satoru? どうしたの?
True. True. Sometimes I'm having a really realistic dream, and then you'll like walk up to somebody and say something, and they'll like say a sentence, and then there's like a word in there that's just like glorb, and it's like, oh, I'm dreaming now, aren't I? That's the giveaway for me every time. Is someone just has some fucking like nonsense word in the middle of a sentence, and I'm like, yep, all right, I'm asleep. Excellent. None of this is real. I'm still mad at a colleague for marooning me in my dream. Oh man. Jim was at a park, like a grassy neighborhood park last night, and the basement of the park was a hotel conference room for a buffet. We're just in what is it? What are those things called? Liminal spaces? No, that wouldn't be a liminal space. That's a different thing. Liminal spaces are places that don't quite feel right. What's the non-Euclidean? You're in a non-Euclidean space. And my Orgo professor for leading the class into the mountains and getting half of us killed through mountain shenanigans. Through no fault of their own. I hate non-Euclidean spaces ever since that one hotel. I always think it's like a neat concept, and it's really cool when games can pull it off well. It's just rare. I had a dream where I was streaming myself doing parkour in the grocery store. I'm going to admit something that is slightly embarrassing for myself, but that's okay. I don't dream very often, but whenever I do dream, I always dream that I am a mecha pilot. I yearn to pilot a giant robot, okay? Every time there is a mech involved, I live and breathe it. I would watch that dream. Running around the top of the shelving units. Uni stands right beside me. He looks up at me. It feels as if Uni has grown shorter somehow. Uni's gotten smaller. No, it's me who's gotten bigger.
ここはどこなの?
I grab Uni by his slender shoulders. Violently shaking, I question him. Uni's face becomes distorted.
痛いよ.
Mine usually involve Fire Emblem. Nice. Mech dreams sound awesome. See, well, it's awesome until you wake up and you're like, I live in a world where I can't pilot a giant robot. I dreamed that there was an FE Awakening sequel, remake, and Warriors game. I was so mad when I woke up. I don't remember who's in the base Warriors game, but I considered you were just a small ant piloting a human mech. I mean, everyone knows that this is just like a super realistic VTuber rig, right? Used to have a lot of dreams about playing Call of Duty and being angry about bad hit reg. That's good. That's good.
やめて、乱暴しないで.
The brown-skinned woman clings to me.
痛いってば.
Suddenly, tears start flowing from Uni's round eyes. I become panicked and release him. Strange. I don't remember gripping him that tightly.
ねえ、お願い、誰か答えて。ここはどこ? わかんないよ。はあ?
That was a dream. I played the Modern Warfare 2 remake, like the new Modern Warfare 2. I never touched the story. I was just in it for the multiplayer. And I think the worst part was just how, like, after like a week, it was so sweaty in all the lobbies that it was like, oh my God. You saw one gun that everyone used, and everyone had fucking riot shields on their back, and I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm not built for this anymore. Just imagine I was kind of sort of awake but still asleep. Clock the sequel and remake weren't real, but the Warriors game gave me hope. I turn to the brown-skinned woman, asking with my eyes. There's an unpleasant feeling in the woman's tone. She turns her eyes away from me. The name that comes out of her mouth is a shocking one. Sphere? I hardly know her. I can't believe this came back. I thought that was just like a once-off mention, the acronym. Oh man. Yeah, that's all you need to say. No way. Of course, I knew an institution called Sphere, the place where Inubushi Keiko is being held, an institution where the mentally unsound are isolated, the place where I was supposed to go. If the airplane crash hadn't occurred, I would have arrived at Sphere with no problems. Thanks. Are you saying this is Sphere? Why am I at Sphere? Uni's become frightened by my violent attitude. Uni looks away. Following his gaze, my eyes meet the glass window that reflects the figure of the male me. Even now, there's a man standing beside Uni. It isn't reflecting me. Uni's eyes are looking at the man reflecting in the window. In other words, Satoru is me? I approach the window one more time. I'm being looked at with unfamiliar eyes. It's quite a daunting face. I touch the cheeks, nose, and mouth and forehead. The man reflected in the mirror makes the exact same movements. As a test, I stick out my tongue. The man does the same. It feels like I'm being made fun of, so I'm a little annoyed. We have a staring contest. I try making various facial expressions. Try getting angry. The man gets angry and glares at me. It's a little scary. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe everyone else here is. Maybe this is a secret research facility that's actually studying how the effects of the body swap thing go. And that's why we're here now, because someone in power knows that we can body swap. And maybe it's him. Maybe he's the evil one all along that's studying us. Who knows? This is my new theory I'm going with. I want to cry. The man reflecting in the window is on the verge of crying as well. A pathetic face. Muttering that, something suddenly hits me. Thank you for the quote, Twink. Congratulations, Sam, on having a quote. I dislike you. The woman shakes her head as though shocked. They're in the corners. It's no good. Our conversation's going nowhere. I start running. This building is the same as the one in the dream I had before. I have at least a general idea of where it is. While running, I think it's a little difficult to run. Why would it be a little... How are you... Okay, I have more questions than I have answers. I find the bathroom and rush inside. I see my body's sensations are different than usual. My shoulder slams into the door frame at full speed. It hurts. Okay, well, that would hurt anyway. But now's not the time for that. I close the bathroom door. He's pulling his cock out. Timidly, I brush my body through my clothes. It's solidly built, but it seems my body didn't get that much bigger. Medium build, average height, somewhere around there. For a woman like me, that's plenty built, however. My chest doesn't stick out the way it should. It's a little bit of a shock. There's a sense of incompatibility with my lower half. To be precise, the area between the legs. My cheeks grow hot with embarrassment. No, this isn't the time to feel embarrassed by this. With my heart beating a little fast, I take off the belt on my pants. I pull down the zipper. I lower the pants. This isn't pleasant. Yeah, this is an emergency situation. An emergency situation. Well, I desperately persuade myself. I grip the elastic of the waistband and pull it back. Wink. Yeah, I'm rather. This is actually like a secret like method that Yoshi and all of you guys are working on getting me banned. No one's actually played this game. The next frame is just cock. It's like, oh, well, there goes the channel. How does one use a urinal again? I steal a glance downward to the interior of my pants and... The world spins. My consciousness fades. Geez, I don't want to believe anything anymore. It's gonna be real awkward if we wake back up in the cabin. Group dissociative symptoms. Cool. Should have seen that one coming. When I open my eyes, I'm looking at an unfamiliar ceiling. I'm lying in bed. My head hurts. Check it right away and feel a bump. Moreover, what a horrible dream. Becoming a man, that doesn't happen outside of nightmares. And then I sense a person's presence nearby. There are eyes staring this way. I rise with a start. The person standing there isn't Yumogi, nor Mayuzumi, nor Yuni. It's Inubushi Keiko. I jump up in a panic. Inubushi Keiko looks even more panicked than me. Maybe she's surprised at me suddenly jumping up, but her body shakes so hard that she falls from the chair she's sitting in. I forgot. I forgore. Save. Okay. She looks at me with frightened eyes. She doesn't look like the least bit like a brutal murderer. Thanks to that, I relax and lower my guard completely. I didn't mean to do that. Q. Nice. Apparently, I'm still in the dream. Fainting in the dream and then waking up in the dream. It's a strange feeling. I sigh deeply. Quay? I'm eating him. That's Dark Cloud too. Bowing slightly, Inubushi Keiko shakes her head. Somehow she gives off a rather docile impression. She's completely different from what I had imagined after reading the file. Of course, it's a dream. Inubushi Keiko stands up and walks over to the desk. I look around the room. Why do they keep using her full name? I had fainted in the bathroom and lost consciousness, it seems. If they found something like that attached to the lower half of their body, I'm sure someone else would faint too. Clinging to a small hope, I try shifting my lower body. As I thought, there's an incompatibility. It seems I'm still a man. It is a dream after all. I'm having a dream where I'm in Sphia. That's why it isn't strange for Inubushi Keiko to be here. If it is a dream, then I'll just have to reject it. I'll wake up eventually. Winner was not the best racer. You know, well, did he even try? That's a great point. Did he even try? I mean, that's why I got Ethan. Loki, I forgot I threatened my racing fish with a frying pan. I don't think I threatened my racing fish. I think I acted. I think I ate one of them. I needed them to know fear. Probably trying to imply a lack of familiarity. Oh, that makes sense, actually. That's actually a great point. Lack a sense of anonymity. 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 Anemone. 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 In it is a glass. It's full of water. For a moment, I don't know what she's doing. It seems that she's brought some water for me. Even though I've noticed this, it takes me a while to process. I hurriedly take it. Inabushi only nods. I don't know if she slipped poison in the water she's brought me, so I'm a little hesitant. But in the end, I decide to drink it. It's a dream, so it doesn't matter if there's any poison in it. I chug it down in one gulp. I seem to be thirstier than I expected. The water is delicious. Inabushi quietly stares at me without breathing. She seems to be examining my complexion. I don't think I threatened, I acted. They needed to know fear. Actual fish owner on fish. 2025. Some of these go so many layers deep. Also, Twink. A year? Give it like 3 weeks. None of my professors or colleagues have poisoned me in my dreams yet, so that is a safe assumption. When I call her, Inabushi shakes her head. With 1300 plus, it might be a year before we see it. True, that's true. When I call her, Inabushi shakes her head. Oh, we're down to one name. Inabushi looks around the room and picks up the notepad on top of the desk. She enthusiastically writes something on it. Not long after, she hesitantly presents me with the notepad. I take it without quite understanding why. Not Inabushi. Hotori is what's written. Inabushi... She just asked you to call her Hotori. Takes back the notepad, and this time she runs the pen over it slightly rudely. My name is Suzukage Hotori. Hotori? The girl nods sharply. But I'm sure I hadn't seen her name wrong. This girl, she's Inabushi Keiko. Is she lying? If so, why? I observed the girl who calls herself Hotori. The girl gives me an imploring gaze. It doesn't seem like she's lying. Then it occurs to me. This girl has DID, Dissociative Identity Disorder. Inside Inabushi Keiko, there are multiple personalities. In other words, Suzukage Hotori is a separate personality of Inabushi Keiko. Furthermore, it's possible that whenever she becomes Suzukage Hotori, she suffers a temporary loss of speech. If the aphasia is a mental problem, then Inabushi Keiko being able to talk while Suzukage Hotori can't is very possible. Another possibility is that the main personality, Inabushi Keiko, has become unable to talk for some reason. Excellent. Has real Jack Skellington energy. Can I get an 890 and an 892? Would you kindly? For the time being, I decided to go along with her. It was something about Silent Hill then. It was before Silent Hill 2? I don't know. 890s. Wait. $890 was the first thing quoted in Silent Hill 2. Well, 890's definitely Silent Hill 2. And so is 892, because 892 is when I read the Bar Neely thing vertically instead of left to right. I don't know. Because I don't know what enemy that'd be referring to. I must have gone on a tangent at the beginning. No, it's not, because I haven't completed it. Well, I have, but, you know. I'm not putting it on there until I'm done the replays. Oh, that's not what I wanted. There you go. For the time being, I decided to go along with her. No matter how much I try saying you are Inubushi Keiko to her, it probably won't matter, as the Hotori personality probably doesn't even know her. It's been established that in the case of a person with multiple personalities, the different alters are not conscious of each other. When did this game come out? Because I'm pretty sure this is wrong. It wasn't like 2004. I mean, that would make sense. 21 years. 2004. Okay, so it was just 21 years ago. I'm just gonna run with the. It's not nearly as studied at this point. I'm just gonna accept that as the reality for the game, though. Yeah, I'm just gonna accept. Yeah, I'll just accept the game's definition. I was just curious from like a, you know, broader art, like real life. What's the word? Perspective. Who's doing the thing with the idea that how accurate or sensitive a depiction is irrelevant, and there's a plot device first. Well, see, I don't know. I've played a lot of these where they'll go into like long explanations of things, and I probably should just accept that the game's the plot version or whatever is just for plot. You'll read and think, yeah, let's just go with that. Well, I'll run with that then. Okay. Well, still was a question about real life versus the game. I was just curious. No matter how one might try to explain it, it would probably be useless. I feel a little sorry for her. It's possible she's suffering in her own way too. No, wait. This is something from inside my dream. It's not certain that, in reality, Inubushi Keiko has another personality named Suzukage Hotori within her. Yes, this is just a dream I'm having. It's okay, it's only a dream, so it shouldn't be impossible for anything to happen. I try to talk as gently as possible. The girl blinks in surprise and answers my call. Even if it's an absurd dream, it originates from the experience and observations in my own brain's memory. In other words, even if unconsciously these are things I know, there are things I experienced in the past, even if I don't remember them. Before, Uni, the Uni that's at Tsuya, that is, had called me Satoru. Have I met a man named Satoru in the past? I shouldn't know anyone called Satoru well enough to see them in my dreams. Hotori tilts her head. He probably doesn't know. At a loss, I scratch my head. A dull pain runs through my head as I touch the bump on the back of it. Ultimi quickly picks up a wet towel from the side of my bed. She gently places it on the back of my head. It's pleasantly cool. The pain recedes.
ありがとう。
Ultimi nods sharply, expressionless.
あら、気がついた？
This time, the brown-skinned woman enters the room. She sees me being nursed by Hotori and smiles
さ
gently.
っきは急に悲鳴を上げて気を失うんですもの。びっくりしたわ。しかもズボンをずり下げた格好で。
The woman's smile becomes strained for just a moment. I'm aghast. Now that she mentions it, I had certainly fainted in an extremely embarrassing position. No, the body itself isn't mine.
ごめんなさい。
I apologize reflexively. The woman is wrapped in a kind atmosphere that seems to be able to forgive anything. Now that I think about it, I still haven't heard her name.
お名前聞いてませんでしたよね。
The woman's expression becomes a little tenser.
そう。
What does I see mean? However, the woman changes back to her radiant attitude at once.
私は内海カーリー。よろしくね。
Hey, Utsumi Kali. Kali. I wonder if she's half Japanese after all. It's a name I've never heard before. Why are people I don't know appearing even though it's my dream?
あなたは？
Please ask for her name so we can stop calling her the brown-skinned woman. I am elated that we know her name now, Yosh. Oh. Oh, it's like, that's fine. That's why I ask the questions. I didn't call her that once. Can you tell me your name? Oh, she already said that.
私は冬川心。やっぱりね。
Utsumi bends down and peers at my face. Her eyes are fixed, looking straight at
いい
me.
落ち着いて聞いてね。何？あなたは DID よ。
Now we supposedly have it.
わかる？乖離性。知ってます。
I see. It's obvious to think
あ
that.
なたは冬川心さんであると同時に有機堂悟さん。もういいですってば。
Interrupting Utsumi's words, I got up from my bed. I have DID? We're still on cue. That might be true, seeing as how even though I'm a woman, I have a man's body, but something like that doesn't matter. This is a dream, so having DID isn't a big deal. It's probably because I'm unconsciously thinking about Inubushi Keiko. Speaking of which, I remember being really nervous before getting on the plane. The tension of meeting such a unique killer had a strong impact on my heart, unless I'm having a dream like this.
サトル、起きたんだ。
This time, it's Uni who enters the room. After seeing me, he calls me Satoru without hesitation. Yukido Satoru. I was mistakenly called that even at the shelter cabin. Uni hesitantly looks up at me. It's probably because I scared him earlier. I want to say the same thing right back at him. Uni doesn't look so good.
サトルだよね。
I let out a sigh, explaining that Fuyukawa Kokoro has yet again is a bother. He wouldn't believe me anyway. I have DID after all. It's a dream, so who I am doesn't
そう
matter.
ね。そうらしいわ。
The back of my head is still throbbing. Is this pain a dream too? Even though the feeling is so clear. Thinking that way, I get a little scared. This is really a dream, isn't it? My eyes meet Holteri's. DID. There's the possibility that I really have DID. In that case, it explains why I'm at Sphia as if it's natural. It could also explain the attitude Utsumi and the rest have taken toward me. This dream, this institution, Inubushi and Utsumi, they're all too real. Are dreams this vivid even possible? Oh, hold on. Lucid dream. When one is dreaming and at the same time conscious of the fact that he or she is currently dreaming. It can also refer to the technique of entering such a dream. It is said that those who are having lucid dreams realize that they are in the dream and are able to direct the continuation of the dream according to their own will. This is how I get sleep paralysis. You think too hard while lucid dreaming and you wake up? That sucks. This is the why they wrote it like that. Yeah, it's 2004. You wouldn't write it like that now, but you know, it's one of those context of the time period thing. I have the funniest thing of sleep paralysis I ever had. So, right, I think I've told this story, but I know there's people here who haven't heard it. Back in college, so I went to college, like, you know, over COVID and all that, right? So 2 years of my college were more or less fully remote. And so I had an 8 a.m. soil mechanics lecture. And for those of you who don't know anything about soil mechanics, it's not particularly interesting, okay? So what I would do is I would wake up, I would grab my phone, I would log into the class, and then I would fall back asleep for 3 hours because the teacher wasn't making it interesting, the unit wasn't interesting, and my sleep schedule was fucked and I hated having 8 a.m.s. So I went back to bed. One day I woke up while the lecture was going on still. I woke back up and I was like, oh shit, I can't move. That sucks. I guess I have sleep paralysis. And the sleep paralysis hallucination was my professor that was teaching the class standing in the middle of my room, writing on like the air, like a chalkboard. And it went on, I think, for like 30 minutes or something like that. And the only thing I could think of the whole time was, please get out of my room. Please get out of my room. Please get out of my room. And I'm convinced it was only because I had the fucking lecture playing, so I was hearing his voice. It's the button you press to recover more MP in FF14. My sleep paralysis demons would actually come up to my bed and I could feel them touching me. Oh, that sucks. Kokoro just isn't very likable sometimes. My head hurts. I'm confused again. For the sake of argument, if this is a dream, where's the real me right now? Maybe the plane accident was a dream as well. You know, I think that part is real. I certainly got into an airplane accident, and right now I should be sleeping in the shelter cabin on a snowy mountain. Or is it? That newspaper. In reality, there's no explanation for it. Just what was that? You could also say, this is reality, and the shelter cabin is a dream. It's possible to think that too. Is my real body a man's? Which would mean that I'm originally a man. Meaning that the personality of the woman called Fuyukawa Kokoro was born inside and only exists inside. It exists in the man named Yukido Satoru. The more I think about all this, the less I understand it. I don't want to think about anything anymore. If this is a dream, I want to hurry and wake up. Staggering, I leave the room. I go out to the large room in the center of the building. When I exit, I'm near the kitchen. Thinking I can calm down on the sofa, I head toward the inner living area. Kia! Otori is standing right behind me. Even though I said I wanted to be alone, it seems she followed me. Otori sees me jump away and tilts her head. Wonder if she's doing it on purpose. Wonder if she's trying to make fun of me. It's impossible to rest like this. Having no other options, I decide to explore the institution. Otori jump scare. Moving to and fro, I finish walking around without thinking about anything. However, I've already gone over the inside of this facility once before. Now then, what should I do? I quickly look around the room. The only places I haven't been to now are the front entrance and the 2 of the 4 doors, the ones facing the living area. Let's leave through the front entrance. The entrance doesn't have anything that can be used as a handle. It must be an automatic door, but a very peculiar one, unlike anything I've ever seen before. It's made of some sort of metal, but that's about all I can make out about it. Look how thick it is. It seems to be so sturdy that a shell shot from a tank would have little chance of taking it down. I stand in front of the door. Oh. What spreads out in front of me when it opens is an image of hell in black and white. In the whirling plumes of snow, countless snowflakes madly race past each other. The terrible snowstorm. All that's reflected in my eyes are the countless white particles and the darkness between them. It's already impossible to see anything more than a few meters away. The harsh, freezing wind feels as if it could blow through me. My cheeks and neck feel as though they are being cut by countless shards of glass. It becomes impossible to breathe. The chilly air is so intense that I can feel my lungs and trachea choking on it as it makes its way through them. I feel that if I stay here for even 3 seconds more, I'll surely die. I'm pretty sure that isn't even an exaggeration. Panic-stricken, I turn and start back toward the building. It's nice and warm inside. This is the kind of warmth that a human can survive in. This is dash, 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 dash. I breathe a sigh of relief. The thundering roar of the wind is so loud that it can be clearly heard even indoors. I haven't noticed the sound of it until now, but that's probably because my mind has been preoccupied with other things. Anyway, I doubt anyone could be outside in this kind of weather. Except for the truly curious or adventurous, there's just no way anyone would venture out into the middle of that snowstorm. In front of the main entrance, Hotori is waiting. For some reason, she's following me around with small, rapid steps. I wonder what's up. We're back to Q. Utsumi and Uni are drinking tea at the table while making idle chatter. It might be done due to my body becoming chilled, but I really want a warm cup of tea. Besides that, I wonder how those two can be talking so calmly. This place is an institution to keep the mentally ill in isolation. The pair of them don't seem to have any intention of stopping my aimless wandering. No, they might want to stop me. I can't be sure. Now then, what should I do? It seems that the only remaining places to check out are 2 of the 4 doors in this room. Those are the 2 doors in the back, as seen from the front entrance. I decide to inspect the door on the left-hand side. Hotori doesn't follow me. Now Inubushi? That's a different story. My gait's slightly unsure. I walk in the direction of the living area. The light in the room is already on. The structure of the room looks exactly the same as the other rooms I've already seen. I don't feel anyone's presence. I'm silent. Several articles of women's clothing have been left spread across the bed. They'll probably get wrinkled if they're like that. It's somewhat of a private atmosphere. Basically, the 4 rooms at the corners of this institution are for private use. Conversely, there are at least 4 private rooms in this building. In each room, there's a single bed. What that means is that up to 4 people can be accommodated in this facility. The scale of the building itself is quite large, so it's surprising that its capacity is so low. Also, I don't feel like this institution has many signs of people. I haven't met anyone in Sphia besides those 3. The other people involved with Sphia, the doctors and nurses, for example, where are they and what are they doing? Perhaps the extra people don't appear because it's a dream? Or is there an unusual situation happening? I shake my head a little. I'm just going around in circles. I leave the room. Utsumi and Uni are in the kitchen drinking tea. Hotori isn't in the living area. She's disappeared through one of the 4 doors. The last remaining room. Might be the case that it's Hotori's room. Since I don't have anywhere to go, I think I'll take a little peek. Casually, I follow after Hotori. Just as I expected, this room is the same layout as the other 3. The only difference is that this room doesn't have the feeling that it's being lived in. The unique thing in it is that the sheets on the bed are in disarray. There isn't anything else. The top of the desk is bare, and there aren't any changes to clothes to be found. In the first place, there isn't any human warmth. A cold, dreary atmosphere enfolds this room. What does Hotori, Unubushi Keiko, think about while living in this room of hers? Hotori herself isn't in the room. Just where did she go? Just then, a sound comes from the bathroom. Wondering what it is, I peek inside. Okay, this is, well, I get it, but this is going to be really uncomfortable for Hotori in a second. Hotori is here. Water is gushing from the sink as she stares at the mirror. Oh, from the sink. I thought it was the shower. Okay, well. Are you okay? Her entire body is shivering. What have you done? Holding her head, she yanks and tears at her own hair. Oh, that's not good. Multiple maze. The sounds of Hotori's wild breathing resound in the bathroom. Looking at her face, I become speechless. The expression I see is full of anguish. Her mouth is wide open as though in a voiceless scream. Her eyes too are wide open, glaring at the Hotori in the mirror. I put my hand on her shoulder and she shakes it off violently. I lose my balance and bump my head against the sink. The continuous dull pain at the back of my head becomes sharp, as if it's been stabbed there. Chill tunes to have mental breakdowns to. I found a lo-fi playlist. Oh, hold on. Like a lo-fi, like 2 hour thing. Hold on. No, this is an important aside. Squid lo-fi. Yeah, 2 hours of Squid to relax, study, work to. Lo-fi hip hop. Monterey Bay Aquarium Krill Waves Radio. And it's just like 2 hours of the Squid Tank. And I'll be honest, this 5 minutes I'm in wasn't the background. I just sat here and watched this. I was like waking up in the morning, eating my breakfast, and I just put this on and watched the squids while I ate. I love this. This is awesome. I'll be finishing the rest of the video later. Swizzle thing I've seen in a while. Peak content. No beaks. I'll go with peak. Oh, true, they do have beaks, don't they? All right, no, you know what? I'm wrong. You're right. You're right. Squids, I forgot they have the little beaks under all the little tentacles. What the fuck was that? We're playing the game. And the overflowing water from the sink splashes me. I'm soaked. But now isn't the time to be bothered by that. Hotori's long black hair has become disheveled as she violently shakes her head. Is she deranged? Won't be good if this continues. Hotori begins to moan louder. Voice? Is the Inubushi Keiko personality awakening? If that's so, it's dangerous. I quickly look about my surroundings and search for a means of escape. It might be better to run away before such a fearsome murderer awakens. But... You good, Hotori? Hotori's voice slowly transforms into a scream. A ghastly shriek issues from her mouth. It's useless. I can't get away. Making an immediate decision, I pin her arms behind her back. In my arms, Hotori's entire body struggles violently. Even so, she seems weak to me. No, it's me who's become stronger. It's probably because my body is a man's. And then the strength abruptly leaves Hotori's body. Did we kill her? Looking across to the mirror to see what's going on, it appears that Hotori has lost consciousness. Possibly because she had heard the commotion, Utsumi comes flying into the bathroom. While holding Hotori in my arms, I explain the situation to Utsumi. Why are we now in the background? Hey! Wood carbuncle! Cool! Wood carbuncle. What the fuck is a carbuncle? I'm not gonna search the wood carbuncle. I'm just gonna search carbuncle. Hold on. Carbuncle is a deep, painful skin infection. It's a cluster of boils that form a connected area of infection. What? Why do you have a shirt that says that? You want what? Oh, there's wood. They cause deeper and more severe infection and are more likely to leave a scar. Symptoms: cluster of red, swollen, and tender boils that may be connected. Pus or drainage from multiple open. Why? I like the carbuncle to cast reflect on the party more. Yeah, that sounds much better.
So that.
Gonna get a shirt that says Steel Dementia on it. While muttering that, Utsumi holds out a hand. Look up Carbuncle Final Fantasy 14. Oh, that's adorable looking. Why did they choose that name for these things? It looks like an Eevee. Carbuncle chooses violence. Updated for Dawn Trail. 4 weapon options. The Carbuncle's got a knife. Carbuncle then, Carbuncle now. Tungsten prostate, exact. You got it. Utsumi and I carry Hotori to her bed and lay her down.
冬川さんはもう戻っていいわよ。え、彼女は私が見ておくから。あなたも疲れてるでしょ。今日はもう眠った方がいいわ。
Saying that, Utsumi takes something out of her pocket. She presents it to me. They're pills sealed inside a silver-colored package. 2 white
眠る
tablets.
前にこれを飲むといいわ。ぐっすり寝られるから。
That means that these are sleeping pills, right? I love how I immediately found the Final Fantasy 14 mod. Did I say carbuncle with a knife and you go, what the we don't use those, they're very illegal. Squeenix doesn't like when you start modding Final Fantasy 14, the always online game. Who would have thunk? Oh, mods are illegal. We would never do such a thing. Oh yeah, okay. I know. I'm with you. I see. I always pay my taxes. Are we doing this correctly now? We're just telling the truth. That means that these things are sleeping pills, right? I take the pills from
じ
Utsumi.
ゃあ後のことよろしくお願いします。
We're supposed to pay those. It's like a recommendation.
おやすみ。
I don't mod Final Fantasy 14 or pay taxes. Neither do I. Well, hold on. Wait, no. No, wait, no, that's not right. I read it wrong. I leave the bed and head to the door. Uni is standing behind the door. Beyond the door, even, which has been left open. Surely Uni got curious as well and came to check the state of things. I wonder how long he's been standing there.
どうしたの？ううん。なんでもないのよ。
I'm tired, don't have the energy to explain. Besides, I don't want to give Uni any unnecessary worries.
行きましょう。
I place my hand on Uni's shoulder and urge him away from the room. Uni obediently follows. Otori, who's stretched out on the bed, appears to turn over in her sleep just before the door shuts. I return to the place where Utsumi has told me is Yukido-kun's room and let out a sigh. Otori's state in the bathroom is strange. Why did she suddenly become deranged? And then there's her voice. Otori let out a scream, even though she's supposed to have aphasia. It means that her vocal cords are still able to function. That she doesn't normally speak is probably due to mental factors, as I thought. Might be the case that Inabushi Keiko is awakened. If that's so, is it alright that if she's not restrained? Isn't it dangerous? I feel anxious. I sigh deeply once again. Too many things are happening. In the shelter cabin and in this dream sphere. I don't have time to calm down. Somehow I'm awfully tired. It'd be better if I just get some rest, like Utsumi told me to. I take out the pills Utsumi handed to me. Heuristic. You have to be fucking crazy to think I'm going to take them. I decided to not take them. I'm not so far gone that I won't be able to make it without relying on drugs. Being this tired, I should be able to fall asleep right away. I place the package of medicine back into my pocket as it is.
寒。
I feel a little chilly. Of course, my body is soaked to the skin. In order to try to calm myself down, I decide to take a bath. If I take a while to catch my breath, some break in my mental deadlock might appear. I persuade myself with that. It might be carefree, but I won't be able to hold myself together if things continue like this. After giving the bathtub a quick rinse, I began to fill it with hot water. You had some melatonin last night? Was it what? What we got? Animal, fireworks, car alarm, multiple of the above. I sit on the edge of the bathtub, absentmindedly staring at the surface of the water. Engulfed in a comfortable steam, I'm attacked by drowsiness. I suddenly hear sounds coming from the room. Maybe Uni's come to visit.
何なの？
I call into the other room. No response. I poke just my head out of the bathroom and inspect the state of the room. Nobody's here. There isn't any human presence. Was it just my imagination? I tilt my head and return my eyes to the bathtub. The warm water is full of vitality. Because I've experienced the intense cold of the shelter cabin, the hot water feels incredibly precious. I wonder what Yomagi and Mayuzumi are doing right now. I imagine that they're at the shelter cabin, wrapped in blankets, shivering in the cold. It'd be nice if I could take this hot water from my dream into reality. It happens again. Again I hear a sound. It must be Uni playing a prank on me. Oh, of course.
もう疲れてるのに。
I leave the bathroom. There isn't anyone in the room after all. Maybe he's hiding.
ふざけてないで出てきなさい。
Oh dear. But there was no reply. I don't feel anyone's
おか
presence.
しいな。
Just to be certain, I look anywhere that can be used as a hiding place. I look in the closet as well. Still, Uni's nowhere to be found. Leaving the room, I even poke my head into the living area. There isn't anyone in the living area, nor the kitchen. It seems like everyone's returned to their rooms. The place is as silent as the grave. In that silence, I start to feel anxious. This entire institution doesn't have very much human presence at all.
お湯が溢れちゃう。
Do you not have an overflow valve? I panic and turn back to the bathroom. The hot water has already filled about 80% of the tub. I gently put my hand in to test the water. A little hot. The heat feels nice. My hand continues to splash and stir the water in the bathtub.
ちょっと待ってよ。私、今男なんだ。
I become aware of a fatal error. There's no way I can get into the bath naked when my body's a man's.
なんか、いや
I remember that scene from before and immediately feel a chill. And then suddenly, the light in the bathroom goes out. Oh dear, we're getting killed. It happens so suddenly that I'm in a state of confusion trying to figure out what's going on. It's completely dark, and I can't see a thing. Because of that, I'm late to notice the presence of someone who's entered the bathroom. I turn and face the direction of the person's presence. Someone's in front of me. Oh. Alice in disorderly clothes. Oh, great. Now we're in the snowstorm. Surely that couldn't have been important. What an odd dream. Damn. Pure whiteness. Is it steam covering my field of vision? No. No, it's snow. The entire surface of the world is covered in snow. I can feel someone's hands under my armpits. I'm being dragged through the snow while lying on my back. Up until just a few moments ago, I was covered by warm steam in the bathroom, but now all of a sudden I'm being attacked by this chilly air.
寒い。
Oh, this probably sent you in a shock. The cold pierces right through me. My entire body shakes from the chill. I can't seem to gather up any of my strength. Who? Who's dragging me across the snow? Dragging me out into a place this cold? I'm gonna be killed! I shake myself free from the hands underneath my arms. Just after that, I lose my support and collapse with my body sprawled across the snow. Flop me. My lips are shaking and I can't even speak properly. They feel frozen. Yomaki looks down at me from above. He has a blank look on his face.
よもぎさん。
Why is Yomagi here? But he doesn't pay any attention to my lack of suspicion and once again stretches his arms towards me. Scrambling to get away from him, I push myself up. My feet can't get a proper grip because of the snow. My feet effortlessly sink into the snow.
何するのよ。
I yell out loud as I glare back at Yomaki. His hands reach out toward me. I slap these hands away immediately. I notice a strange, uncomfortable feeling. For some reason, something doesn't feel right around my chest. The usual feeling of support isn't there. I touch my chest slightly. My bra, it's not on properly. It's unhooked.
変態痴漢エロ親父大変僕の単語です
I cover my chest with my hands in a panic.
私を襲う気ねどこに連れて行くつもり
An annoyed look appears on Yomagi's face. He's acting kind of weird. He points his chin in the direction behind him.
親だよまだ死にたくないだろう
Through the blowing snow, I recognize the familiar cabin. It's the shelter cabin. I'm no more than 10 meters away from it. But I should be at Sphere.
あれもしかして夢から覚めた
My quiet mutter disappears in the sound of the fierce wind. Pushing my way past Yomagi, I quickly make my way toward the cabin. When I run inside the cabin, Yuni and Mayuzumi are both there, so I really am back. No, instead of saying that I'm back, I should say that I've woken up from my dream. Mayuzumi is still wrapped up in the blanket in front of the stove. She clucks her tongue lightly in disdain as she looks at me with suspicion. Yuni too only looks at me from afar.
大丈夫？
I nod silently, trying hard to catch my breath once again. The warm air inside the cabin soothes me just a little bit. I don't forget to move my hand from the hem of my skirt into my shirt to quickly fix my bra. Make my way to the stove and hold my hands near it. My hands have turned bright red. There's a little feeling in my fingertips. I'm covered in snow from head to toe. Even my hair is dripping wet. Struggling hard, I brush the snow off.
ちょっとあっち行ってよ。
This isn't the time to worry about what she said. About what she just said, since my body feels like it's frozen. Hello, Granny. When she realizes I'm ignoring her, she gets up and moves to another spot. Yuni hands me a small towel. I accept it without a word and dry my wet hair. Yomagi also makes it back into the cabin, closing the door behind him. He looks straight at me, his face telling me that he wants to hear an explanation. Without saying anything, he stands next to the entrance and silently brushes the snow off of himself. If I could explain chaining data, what had just happened, I would. Because I have absolutely no idea, there isn't much I can do. Anyway, my whole body is returning to normal. My heart and my body also have both returned to being those of Fuyukawa Kokoro. That's all I can be certain of for now. No more words are spoken. It seems like something really strange has happened. There's no mistake about that. But what that means, I don't know. While warming up from the stove, I remain puzzled. An uncomfortable silence fills the cabin. Nobody says a thing. Normally, Yuni would be joking around energetically. But he just glances at me with a sad look on his face.
私外で何を？
I don't direct the question at anyone in particular. Mayuzumi doesn't respond. Yuni looks down at the floor. Yomagi turns toward me and looks at me as if I'm a ghost. But soon he groans in a serious manner. He nods, agreeing with himself.
よもぎさん、どういう？
まあ
Oh,
ちょっと
fuck.
待って。
Wait a second. Yomagi scratches his head as he thinks things over. Eventually, he sits down on the wooden stool and leans toward me.
君は今冬川さんなんだね。
は？当たり前じゃないですか。
With hesitation in his voice, Yomagi continues.
いや、有機堂君には説明したんだが、もう一度繰り返した方がいいかな。
有機堂？
I've heard that name before. The name that appeared in my dream.
それって有機堂悟のこと？
ああ、そうだ。君の中のもう一人の人格、彼のことだよ。
My head feels dizzy. Unable to stand up any longer, I sit across from Yomagi. Could he be talking about me suffering from DID
だ
again?
が、君は有機堂君のことは知らないんじゃなかったかな。
ええ、知らない。知らないけど、知ってるの。
A really strange thing to say, and yet that's really the only way I can describe it.
まあいい。とにかく君はもう察していると思うが、ついさっきまでは彼だったんだよ。DID って知ってる？
DID. I know it. I can't help but let out a sigh.
同一性障害。
そう。君は墜落のショックから多重人格となってしまったようだ。
Am I dreaming again? Is this shelter cabin a dream? If so, is the time I spent at Sphere reality? I'm a woman. I'm absolutely a woman. Perhaps he notices the sullen look on my face because he quickly explains.
僕にも信じられないんだが、彼がそういうもんでね。
The person Yomagi is looking at is Yuni.
ユニが？
Would a young boy like him have such expert knowledge about DID? Does he know something? I told you, he's the researcher. He's the one experimenting on us. That's why he's at... Or he has it too. Either or. I question him with my eyes, but he doesn't give me an explanation. There's nothing I can do, so I leave him alone. I get the gist of what happened. I'll worry about later about whether I'm really suffering from DID or
でも
not.
どうして私は有機堂悟は外に
Probably watched some anime that had a person with DID and became obsessed with it. Oh, of course. Of course. Maybe he played the hit game Remember11. Just gained institutional knowledge.
逃げ出そうとしたんだよきっと彼は僕の話を信じなかったんじゃないかな自分が心の中に生まれた別人格に過ぎないという事実を認めたくなかったんだと思う
My heart skips a beat. The way Uni speaks it's as if he knows everything. It did come out 7 years ago. Seven years. I'm missing the joke. I'm sorry. The true crime to criminal psych of course. Criminal psych professional pipeline. I've seen a few people go down that. Just as I thought.
いい加減にしろ
What year is it in the game? Isn't it 2011? I wrote it down. Yeah, January 11th, 2011. Although it might not be January 11th anymore. And what year did the game come out? Okay, look. I've had, you know, like, thank you for walking me through the joke. Anyway. Enjoying this hint coin moment in 2 years. Hi, Yoshi. Hi, Yoshi, in 2 years. I hope you're well. Oh, let's do it again. Everyone, wave. Hi, Yoshi. We're gonna do this every episode. Hi. I hope you enjoyed the game. I hope you're having fun with the playthrough. What else do I have to say? Oh, let's like place it real quick. Ocarina of Time's very good. There you go. Now he'll know when this is. And so's Judgment. You know, those are great games. Love those so far. Hope this ages well. And looking forward to figuring out which one is the one with the moon. There you go. Now we've placed it. See, enjoy the rest of the video. Okay. So suddenly Mayuzumi yells out in frustration. Flinging off her blanket, she jumps up to her feet. She glares at me with her eyes wide open.
その子の嘘にいつまで踊らされてるつもり
Looks like she's trying to say I'm making all this up.
私別に嘘なんて
うるさい私はあんたの思い通りにはならないわ
We had a combo like 2 days ago about the moon, if that helps, Yoshi. There you go. She looks as if she's going to hit me at any moment. Her eyes look so angry that I take a couple of steps back from her.
なあ、教えてくれないか
Yomagi lights a cigarette. Taking a puff, he points towards Mayuzumi with the hand holding the
ど
cigarette.
うして嘘だと思う
That catches Mayuzumi off guard.
それは
Biting her lip, she falls silent.
何か理由があるのか
なんであんたに言わなくちゃいけないの
知っているなら教えてもらわないとな気になって眠れやしない
私はあんたの安眠のためにいるんじゃないわ
Yomagi chuckles as he takes another puff.
僕は君たちのことがさっぱり理解できない。僕の知らないところではいろいろ起きてるみたいだが。
I feel the same way. I need someone to explain what's going on.
前泉、さっきの君は有機堂悟のことを知ってるような口ぶりだったな。湯川さん、いや、有機堂君も前泉のことを知っているようだった。さっきは否定してたが、本当に二人とも知り合いじゃないのか？
Bum bum bum. Again, with that a little while ago. What exactly does he mean by a while ago? Yomagi looks straight at me as I get even more confused. I quietly shake my head. The first time I've ever met Mayuzumi is in this cabin.
前泉は
少なくともその女とは知り合いじゃないわ。
少なくともということは、有機堂君とは知り合いなのか？
関係ないでしょ。
Uh-oh.
バカだし付き合ってられないわ。
Mayuzumi does know the person named Yukido Satoru. Her reactions say it loud and clear. I don't know what kind of relationship the two of them have. One thing is certain, it's something Mayuzumi is angry about. As things stand now, it's already gotten quite awkward between us. We're supposed to be coming together and doing our best to make it through this, but now the atmosphere in the cabin has gotten worse. So I'll... See, I would just apologize, but we're Kokoro, so we're gonna press her harder about her relationship with Satoru.
前泉さん、
何よ。
I approach her.
あなた知ってるんですね。
何をよ。
有機堂悟という人物のことです。教えてください。彼は何者なんですか？どこにいる人なんですか？実在するんですよね。
We're role-playing the character. Exactly. The look on her face grows grim. But in spite of that, I have to get it out of her.
なんで私はその男のことを知ってるんですか？なんで？
Suddenly, a slap flies across my face. A hot tingling sensation floats up to my cheeks.
憲法38条1項。何人も事故に不利益な供述を強要されない。
Article 38, paragraph 1.
黙秘権くらい知ってるでしょ。あんたに言う必要なんてないの。
おい、前泉。
うるさい。そんなことよりもあんた早くご飯の準備しなさいよ。たくどんくさいわね。
She points at Yomagi as she vents her anger at him with those
こっ
words.
ちはもうお腹ペコペコなのよ。
ああ、そうだったな。飯がまだだった。前泉も腹が減ってるからイライラするんだよな。よし、とっとと飯にしよう。お湯も沸いてるみたいだしな。
He says as he glances at the aluminum pot sitting on top of the stove. White steam rises from the aluminum pot.
今日は何食べるの？
Uni asks as he peeks into the cardboard box where all the emergency rations are kept.
そうだな。
Yomagi thinks about it for a
みん
while.
なは何を食べたい？
He inquires of us. Hey, Sundown. Hope you're well. Happens to me. You missed the whole section of us at the other facility. We were taking a bath when the lights went out and there was a person in front of us, and then we came back to the cabin. It was very exciting non-cabin content. What's the difference between... Like, what makes it Chinese rice? Like, I want... Like, this... It's from... Okay. Look. Thank you. I appreciate that. I figured that one out. Okay, I got there. Right? Made it that far. Now... Is it stickier? I don't know. All right, if I search this, is something gonna pop up? Wait, is this, like, is it just like fried rice? See, like if I search Chinese rice, it's gonna give me like local restaurants that are like American Chinese places. Is it just okay? I guess is it just rice with peas and carrots in it? Okay, well, whatever. We'll take rice porridge.
おかゆ
Haha, we got it. All three of us say in perfect unison, I'm a gamer.
満場一致か。実は僕もおかゆが食べたいと思ってたんだ。いろいろあって疲れたからあっさりしたものが食べたいよな。
As he nods at Mother's, Yomogi takes out 4 servings of rice porridge from a cardboard box.
みんなはお椀を準備してくれ。
We quickly take the mugs and spoons out of the boxes, but this is really is kind of incredible. The fact that the 4 of us all agreed on what to eat, it's as if the moment I had decided I want to eat some rice porridge, that thought was broadcast to everyone else. No, maybe I can think of it another way. From the very beginning, everyone's decisions have already been determined. No, that's not exactly it either. I'm not the type to believe in fate. I don't have that kind of dream. It's not romantic. Maybe I can try thinking of it like this. Everyone's decisions were all made by some kind of unseen existence. Yeah, right. I'm such an idiot. There's no way something like that would happen. But that does sound just a bit romantic, doesn't it? I shake off the strange idea and put the ingredients for rice porridge Yomogi is handed to me into my mug. Oh boy. Yeah, the morphogenetic field. Lamp.
ところで
So it is. Blink. It's actually a Zelda game. Oh wow, this will be an interesting twist. My favorite part of I can't wait to be like talking about this. My favorite part of Remember11 is when Princess Zelda showed up and gave us a sword and shield and told us to go fight off the blizzard. I ask suddenly as I bring the warm rice porridge to my lips.
あの新聞ってどうなったんですか
What newspaper? Oh. And with that single question, the atmosphere that had thawed freezes once again. I may have said something I shouldn't have, but I don't even want to think about that newspaper article in the first place. So why did I ask a question like that? It feels so strange. So unbelievable. Once again, I become conscious of an existence I can't see. When I looked up at Mayuzumi, the hand she's eating with stopped cold, and the spoon she's holding clatters against her mug. She's shaking.
新聞ならあそこの棚に置いてあるよ。
I look over, and sure enough, there it is. But it seems really different from the last time I saw it. It seems like it was patched up messily. In other words, it's been taped together after having been ripped to pieces before.
ああ、君は覚えてないのか。君が破いた新聞を君が有機道君になった時にみんなで元通りに直したんだよ。
破いた私が
それも覚えてないのかい。
Interesting. It's true that the moment I read the newspaper article, I really was destroyed by the shock. I do remember using my strength to do something, but did I really rip it? Yeah, I did after all. I'm not too sure whether I had ripped it or not. That part of my memory seems so vague. Especially because at that moment my head had gone completely blank.
まあいいだろう。君のそういうところにはもう慣れた。新聞のことは気にしない方がいい。あんなものはただのいたずらだろう。
Yomogi says, his voice almost a groan.
そうとしか考えられない。
なん てよ。なんでそんな風に簡単に言い切れるのよ。
Mayuzumi slams her mug on the table, as if something's been holding in, as if something she's been holding in until now suddenly explodes
いたず
within
らなわ
her.
けないじゃない。いたずらだったとしたら、あの新聞を作ったやつは HAL18 便が墜落したことをあらかじめ知ってたってことになるのよ。私たち4人が助かることも、この避難小屋へたどり着くことも全部知ってたことになるのよ。
Maybe his motives are pretty complex.
預言者、予知能力者、それともラプラスの悪魔かしら。
Laplace? What are you doing here? I haven't seen you since differential equations. They think this new paper is surprising. They should see the cornucopia. I remember reading something, and my memory on this is gonna be really bad. So like 2 grains of salt, maybe 3. But I remember reading something that like one of the, I feel like this is real. Okay, this could just be completely fake and like horrible misinformation, whatever. The reason that the cornucopia thing is remembered like that is because there actually was both. Originally, I can't, what is it, does it not have it now and it used to? Whenever they changed it sometime after when they were a smaller company, I think, through the loom, right? Because of some issue they had. It was either a chemical spill or they had to pay some money. They had to pay some sort of money for some reason. And so they dissolved the company to make sure they didn't have to pay it and then rebuild it. And when they came back, they just didn't have the cornucopia or whatever. But I read that. Now I feel like I read that in real life. I don't know how real it was, but that was the explanation for that one. To be perfectly honest, I don't think I remember it either way because I just haven't seen it a bunch. I love Devil Survivor. No, you know, a Laplace transformation where you Laplace transform. Oh yeah, Laplace transform table. Here we go. It's been so long since I've seen these. You have a differential equation, and you can't like integrate or no, I want this image. Stop taking me to another website. Here we go. So you take a formula, like a thing. Here you go. And it allows you to like integrate or fuck with the formula and do things, you know, like basically run it through everything by just substituting like a variable in basically. This, I thought this shit was easy when I did. I had an 104 average in DiffyQ, so so it was like grain of salt and whatever you will, but all of it made perfect sense when we were going through it. I also had a really good teacher, so that also helped. Supposedly there exists a demon that is an entity that possesses the ability to know at a certain moment the state of all things in the universe. Then, no matter how brief this moment is, it would always be enough for that demon to unravel everything that happened in the past and will happen in the future. What Laplace was trying to say with this is that basically everything which occurs in the world has been predetermined from the beginning. That no matter how big or small an event is, its occurrence is by no means accidental, but in fact inevitable. In philosophy, this is called causal determinism. Wronskian. I'll be honest, I don't know if I even remember the Wronskian. I just remember Laplace transformations because I had been told how scary they were, and then when I was doing them, I was like, these aren't scary. That's how math is, right? I can't do probability still. I'll never forgive that kid. I hold anger in my heart to a fucking freshman in high school because it almost have I told this story about how I almost didn't test in the Calc AB because I failed a probability test because the only probability I could do is a deck of cards. Suits, the individual card or any, like, you know, all those, it's the only probability I could do. And so I thought I could eke by on my integrated math 3 test as long as I could get a deck of cards for the probability unit, and I needed a 90 or above to test into AP Calc AB and for my senior year of high school. And so I was like, okay, I got like really good scores on algebra and trigonometry. And so I was like, cool, this is surefire. I am set. And then one kid in the class of 30 some people said, I don't know how a deck of cards works. And this was not a good teacher. This is one of the worst teachers I've ever had. Doesn't know how a deck of cards works. So the teachers, instead of going, okay, one child in the classroom, here's how a deck of cards works. I feel like a useful life skill, might I add. She made up her own probability section, like her own probability. She came up with like a new game that had like a certain number of things so that everyone was on equal footing of not understanding it. But the problem was on the test, it wasn't consistent. So not only was I already bad at probability, throughout the test it wasn't consistent. Got like a 51. Had to go through a whole ordeal to test in the AP Calc then. I'll never forgive her for that. For someone who knows philosophy, Mayuzumi isn't that bright. In high school, you know, I don't know. 99 doesn't equal 100?
Mayuzumi.
Good work, Twink. I don't know. See, it's one of those things where it's like, I feel like if you made it to high school and you don't know how a deck of cards works, okay, that's fine. Maybe you just didn't have an opportunity where you learned or used decks of cards. That's fine, right? Like that, okay, sure. That's not like a problem. I think the problem was the fact the teacher said, instead of teaching one student how the deck of cards worked and giving them a life skill, she's going to make sure that everybody doesn't understand how the probability system works before going into it, because it feels like the antithesis of what a teacher should do. Of my next draw in Magic. Bro, I would have had a better chance if she had just said Magic back then.
そもそもいたずらする理由は、私たちを脅かす理由は。
Mayuzumi, 落ち着け。
どっかでカメラでも回ってるっていうの？元祖びっくりカメラとか書かれたプラカード持ったおっさんがそのうち出てくるっていうの？
You're on candid camera.
バカバカしい。
Mayuzumi snaps as she stares at Yomugi.
落ち着け、Mayuzumi。君の言ってることは支離滅裂だ。この新聞は本物なのか、偽物なのか。
Oh, it's Morse code. What's 4 dashes?
それは
Mayuzumi goes quiet all of a sudden. I guess it's a natural reaction. If the newspaper article is real, that means the 3 of us will die. 6 days from now, on January 17th, to believe that the newspaper article is real is the same as accepting our deaths. It's not that she believes it's fake. It's just that she doesn't want to believe it's real either. I can understand the conflict within Mayuzumi very clearly.
なあ真由仮にだ、あの新聞がいたずらじゃないとしよう。いたずらじゃないとしたら、それで説明がつくのか。わけのわからないことには変わりないだろう。未来の新聞がどうしてこんなところにあるんだ。堂々巡りだ。考えたってしょうがない。結論が出るわけではない。だったら忘れようじゃないか。以外こう考えるんだ。これはどう解釈したって同じことなんだ。どのみち説明のつかないことなんだ。だったら都合のいいように捉えるんだ。あの新聞はただのいたずらで。
Of course, yeah. Right. Perfect. Just what I would want. Of course. Our deaths aren't going to happen. There's no way this could occur. Let's just assume it's fake. Hypergeometric calculator. Good old denial. It's just a prank, bro.
僕たちは必ず生きて帰れると。それでいいじゃないか。な？
わかった。
Oh, she does not sound like she's got it. She sounds like she's lying.
忘れるわ。
I don't believe you.
よし。みんなもそれでいいよな。
ええ。うん。
Both of us nod. I feel the same as Yomugi. If it's something bad, then we might as well. Granny. If it's something bad, then we might as well forget about it. In some ways, that's one of the strongest defense mechanisms that I've learned in life so far. Uni probably thinks so too. I mean, you guys know the Punnett Square of being worried about things, right? Has anyone heard of that? I learned about this very recently. You know the flow chart? Oh, Fastidious knows. Hold on, let me get paint up here. You don't? Okay. This is like for like minor things. This is like not actually like a bad thing. So there's a Punnett Square for those of you who remember biology. Of what is it? I'm drawing it. Okay, I'm not using Reddit. Hold on, I'll pull it in a second. You have how does this go? It goes. So you got 4. You know what? I should draw this differently. We're gonna draw it as a big box so that I can write here. So you have right here. Ready? So you have problem. No. Fuck. Worry. Don't worry. Worry. Don't worry. And then you have is bad. How did this go? Is bad. Isn't bad. That says bald. And isn't bad. That's a D. There you go. And the way it works is if you worry and it's bad, you feel terrible twice. If you don't worry and it's bad, you feel terrible once. If you worry and it isn't bad, you feel terrible once. And if you don't worry and it isn't bad, you feel terrible 0 times. So the strategy is to just always don't worry about it. And then you'll feel bad less often. Forget about it. Yep. Oh, here you go. There it is in not Punnett Square form. I saw a streamer who showed it in Punnett Square form, but here's the other way to do it. No, your flowchart's worse. My Punnett Square is better. Sorry. It's the way the news goes. You like the squares more? Thank you. Thank you, Twink. Appreciate that. Uni probably thinks so too. Anyways, I'm glad. I was worried about how bad the situation's going to get, but for now, at least, everyone's confusion has subsided. The panic that has been stirred up by that creepy information has now disappeared. Except for the square where you're bald. Hey, so I hope you're well. Yeah, no, the bald was a typo. Bald square was a typo. Ginger Wizard, you would not look good bald. You don't think tomorrow I should get my entire head shaved? I was planning on going into my haircut and asking for that. Please don't shave your head tomorrow. None that I remember anyway. Say, why does it smell like everything's burning? Yeah, but at least you didn't feel bad before it burnt down. Where's the bald sub goal? Where the bald sub goal? I'd shave my head for charity, and then I'd never do it again. But it'd have to be like the final thing on that. I remember I had friends that were that were in a frat that every year they would shave it for charity. Then they'd get like they'd raise so much money doing it. It was very nice. It was a nice thing. They always did. Ah, yes, deliberately dropping half the sentence. I would like him regardless of his hairstyle, but I hope he doesn't shave his head. Who knows? Thank you. Happy it's a two-parter. The panic has been stirred up by that creepy information has now disappeared, as if forgotten. And that's good enough.
ご飯も食べ終わったことだし、寝るわ。
Mayazumi mutters as she picks up her blanket and makes her way up to the top bunk. The mug she slammed on the table just a minute ago is completely empty. After a while, the rest of us finish our humble meals as well.
さてと
Yomi takes out his portable ashtray, stubs out his cigarette, and he stands up.
今日はもう遅い。火を絶やさないようにして交代で眠ろう。まずは僕が見張りをするから。
でも
いいから君も寝なさい。
Slowly, I stand up. I catch a glimpse of the watch on my right wrist. It's already approaching midnight.
ね
Uni tugs on my hand. He looks up at me with eyes like an abandoned kitten's.
え、心一緒に
Oh,
寝てくれる？
I can't help but smile gently at him.
そうね。
Oh boy. For a very high charity goal, cute couple thing. I'd donate here again. You have interesting ideas of cute couples things. His face lights up immediately. The two of us both squeeze into the bottom bunk. Covering ourselves with a blanket, we curl up into a ball. Soon, Uni falls asleep, breathing softly. His sleeping face is as adorable as an angel's. His body is warm. I really want to believe his warmth isn't just a dream.
よもぎさん
I call out to him as he sits with his back to me.
どうした？
もう一度だけ確認させて。私は本当に有機堂悟って名乗ったの？
There's a pause.
そう。おやすみなさい。
おやすみ。
I close my eyes. But with that said, I can't fall asleep at all. Whenever I try to be still, I'm immersed deeper and deeper in aimless thoughts, like an endless bog. Even if I keep thinking, there's no end to this. An answer won't emerge. What happened to me? Yomagi said that I have multiple personalities, the same thing that Utsumi had told me in that dream where I was in Sphia. Is that really the truth? Was the time I spent in Sphia even a dream? Is the Kokoro lying here on the bed in the shelter cabin even real? Which one's the dream and which one is reality? Or perhaps both of them are a dream? Or perhaps both are reality? When I lose consciousness in the shelter cabin, who is it that's controlling my body? Yomagi, Mayuzumi, and even Uni confirmed it. So it's probably not just a mistake. It appears the person who was controlling my body introduced himself as Yukido Satoru. Meanwhile, when I was in Sphia, my body was also belonged to a Yukido Satoru. Multiple personalities can't possibly explain that, and both feel much too real to be explained as dreams. So then, what are they? I can only think of one answer to that. Both are reality. Multiple personalities alone cannot explain what's happening to me right now, because I'm still me while I'm inside Satoru's body, as there's still a connection to my own memories while I'm in there. So it's natural to come up with the explanation that my consciousness has been mutually switching between the world here and the world there. Regardless of whether that sounds logical, I can't think of any other explanation. A bitter laugh echoes inside my heart. It's just like a science fiction novel, but this is reality. Perhaps I and this person named Satoru are exchanging consciousness with each other for some reason. When I'm in my body, he's in his body. When I'm in his body, he's in my body. That must be it. Now that I'm thinking about it, the last thing I remember about Sphia is being in the bathroom. At the time, the bathroom lights had suddenly gone out and someone had come in. But I have no clue who that person was. I distinctly remember feeling a sense of danger then. What exactly happened after that? If we are indeed exchanging consciousnesses with each other, I wonder if that Satoru person is alright. I want to believe that he's okay. It would seem that I've already accepted that our consciousnesses are switching. No, perhaps I can even say I'm forcing myself to accept it. Because if I don't, I'll go insane. I want to come up with an explanation to calm myself down for now. How long is this phenomenon going to go on for? If only this were the last time, then that would be fine, but it isn't guaranteed that there won't be another switch while I'm sleeping, leading to me waking up at Sphia once again. And I have no idea whether the transfer will happen again after that. Since I have no clue why this phenomenon is happening in the first place, after the next transfer, it's possible that they might just stop happening altogether. If that's the case, then I'll end up who knows where in some stranger's body for the rest of my life. If the other person was a girl, it wouldn't be so bad, but it had to be a boy. Oh, okay, here we go. Is this as if I'm androgynous? From the Greek, meaning one, a person who possesses both sexes. In existence, this is a combination of both the male and female sex. Not a boy. Well, hate being a boy. How would we go on? Chopped about a foot off years ago and donated that. Felt super weird mailing hair. Fastidious' found song. Chop off your foot. I'm glad you donated it. That is something I won't do for charity. I'm so happy to hear that. Personally, I would not want to be a girl. Yeah, fair. That's valid. Or maybe it should be called gender identity disorder. a state in which a person's body is morphologically normal, but they feel that their physical sex is at odds with their gender and consider themselves to be in actuality a member of the opposite sex. If I was actually sick, I could accept that. This isn't some sickness. Something's going on here. Something that I can't even imagine. How much time has passed as I've racked my brain about this? I can hear the faint sound of the blizzard blowing outside, not seeming like it's going to subside anytime soon. As I roll over in my bed, I sneak a peek at Yomogi. Yomogi. They had the right spirit, but it do me 2004. Yeah. Yeah. He had told us we were going to take turns watching the fire, but he doesn't seem to want to switch, and he simply sits in front of the red flame, staring contently. He has a somewhat serious look on his face. Is he not sleepy? Or is he just looking out for us? I can't seem to sleep either. I may as well switch shifts with him. I'm just about to tell him. I heard a shuffling sound from the top bunk. Is Mayuzumi up too? What's the fucking thing they put in front of old cartoons? This is a product of the time. As such, it may have things that might be considered whatever by the day. Examine it in the context of the time period and understand what may or may not be. I just got 3 completely different things. I think I'm looking for what Soy and Twink said. Bumpers, like little animations and transitions between programming. No, not that then. Not that. What Twink and Soy were talking about. Looney Tunes does it? Yeah. I knew that, like, there were some really old Looney Tunes ones that had it. I'm trying to remember the other one I remember seeing that had it in front of it. I mean, there are some insane old Looney Tunes sketches from like the 40s. Or sorry, Disney ones from the 40s. Like the Disney Channel swoop thingy. Interesting. Sighing, Yomogi stands up to boil some water. While Yomogi goes to prepare the tea, Mayuzumi comes down from her bed. I quickly close my eyes as she takes a glance over at me and Uni. Jeez, why am I pretending to sleep anyway? You were just sleeping soundly yourself until a few minutes ago. I want to say that, but I stopped myself. What? No, don't do that. What? Yomogi's really that kind of man? My body shakes with fear in my bed. But no, what? I feel like I had to read that like 3 times. Her voice is cold. Thank you, Mayuzumi. Was busy commiserating with Justin over Dave the Diver crashing again. Oh man, he cannot win. Go, Granny. Oh, it's just a joke. Well, it scared me. Complaining under his breath, Yomogi goes down to the basement. Sighing a little, Mayuzumi sits down in front of the stove. Pretending to be asleep, I shake my head slightly. Mayuzumi is the kind of person I can't get along with. So I'll keep trying my best to avoid her. She herself probably hates me too. I don't know if it's bad for things to have developed like this. Just like Yomagi says, we're in a situation where everyone must help each other. If I tell her how I feel about her, then things between us may get to an unsalvageable point. Still enchaining beta. We're still in Alice in Disorderly Clothes too. God fucking damn, bro. They were swapping so fast early on. I just can't get along with her. Oh, this? I wouldn't follow that. I can just barely hear her low, quiet voice. Is she talking to herself? Her voice is no longer as sharp as it was before. For some reason, it almost sounds lonely. Intrigued, I open my eyes to take a peek. Curled up in a ball in front of the stove, Mayuzumi stares fixedly at something she's holding in her hands. A photo? I squint my eyes. In the photo is Mayuzumi, a younger Mayuzumi. Like a carefree young girl, she looks at the camera with a truly blissful smile on her face. An expression so calm and peaceful, it's as if only the person she trusted completely was looking at her. The Mayuzumi in the photo shines so brightly. I wonder what thoughts are running through her head as she gazes at that photo. My heart skips a beat when I hear those quiet words. Just now, I'm certain I heard Mayuzumi whisper, Satoru. Just as I thought, she knows Yukido Satoru. I want to push her harder to get to the truth, but for some reason I can't do it. Perhaps I just feel too guilty digging into her past like this. Plus, even if I ask, I won't get an answer from her. I gently close my eyes. Mayuzumi is also fighting. She acts like she's tough, but she's anxious too. I'm not the only one suffering. I hold Uni's body tightly in my arms. Whatever happens, I won't forget this warmth. So that I can remember I'm not alone. And nothing else, just being here right now, that's enough for me. This is Mayuzumi slander. Oh, dawn of the second day. Zelda Spirit Tracks or something. January 12th. The next thing I know, I'm engulfed in darkness. I can't see anything. I can't hear anything. I can't smell anything. I can't feel anything. Yeah, what? I can't even speak. I find myself in a darkness so total it's as if an even further blackness has been enfolded into it. I have no sense of up or down. I don't know whether I'm facing upward, downward, or even if I'm awake or asleep. Nothing's touching me. It's as if I'm floating in zero gravity. I can't feel the clothes I'm wearing. I can't move my limbs. I don't even know where my limbs are. It isn't hot, nor is it cold. I can't feel the air around me at all. I'm not breathing. Oh, that's not good. I can't feel my heart beating. Huh? What is this? Is it called? No, we're still in this one. What the fuck's going on? What is this? 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 What in the world is going on? What has happened to my body? What has happened to me? What happened? Is there anyone here? Anyone? 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 Please, someone, answer me. Answer me. Tell me. Answer me. The darkness in front of me suddenly vanishes. My field of vision is enveloped in light. A floating feeling. What an incredible sensation. Even though I shouldn't be able to feel anything, I can sense my body floating. 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 You like the little animation, the three little rings at the end of the sentence? They turn ever more. It feels so pleasant. Such a safe, relaxing sensation. It's the first time I felt this way. Enough. It doesn't matter anymore. I'll just leave everything to its natural course. And just then, I catch a glimpse of it only for a moment. No. To be more exact, the body that I entered. Satoru's body. Satoru's body is floating face down in the bathtub, his upper half submerged in hot water. His body doesn't even twitch. Satoru is dead. Fuck. And so am I. I see. I understand it all now. Back then, I had felt there was someone behind me in that bathroom wrapped in darkness. Someone must have killed Satoru after that. Killed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Satoru. This all happened because I wasn't careful. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I have to apologize to you later. I'm coming to apologize to you now. So please, forgive me. Without shedding a tear or letting out a single sob, I cry. And cry. And cry. And cry. And before long, my world fades away. This story has not finished yet. Truth is not revealed, and it circulates through an incident. It is an infinity loop! We beat it! Excellent! Well, congratulations, everybody. I'm gonna go take a nap. So I have a feeling. What's shortcut? We should check the special section. Speaking of limbs, there was a fun story on the news tonight about this girl who murdered her boyfriend while he was sleeping and then dismembered and spread his limbs around different parks because she think he might have hurt her cat the night before. Oh my. Clear list? Oh my fucking god. One out of 33 endings. Ooh, okay. Satoru murdered in the... Oh, we didn't even get an earlier one. Satoru murdered in the bathroom end A. Hey, 25 shorter than the rest of them. You complained about the flowchart. I'm pretty sure I remember Yosh mentioning at some point something about this game not having a flowchart. Understandable. I don't think I'm going to be continuing to draw my flowchart. True. I like the question mark that goes off the page. Oh my. Oh my. Jukebox. This is fun. I like that this is just a more zoomed in version. Persona. Oh. Dark Gestalt. Nice. So if I do continue, and I do shortcut, this lets me go to any of these. So I died here. So if I do what? Day 1 middle? Start from Kokoro chapter day 1. Liberation of self? How far back is that? I assume I want to do this over loading saves now. Oh, wow. Okay. I mean, I guess I can skip all the dialogue, can't I? If I know which choice might have killed me. All right, well, in that case, it was the sleeping tablets. Hi. Oh, and it grays. Oh, that's convenient. Oh, I like that. Okay, I'm fine with that. I decide to take them. Due to my nervousness, my mind is restless even though my body is tired. The way things are, I don't think I'll be able to sleep. I walk to the refrigerator that's included with the room. I open its door. There are plastic bottles of mineral water inside. Small 500 milliliter plastic bottles. Should be a button for that? Hold on. Deconfig. Okay, tab. Tab and space. There's a button for that. Oh boy. Oh. Oh my. There are 3 of them, all unopened. I take one out. I remove the cap from the bottle. A glass. There. Several glasses stand upside down in a row on top of the fridge. I pick one up and pour about 1/3 of the water in. I twist the cap back on and return the bottle to its place. Okay, and it does keep this. Hey, Oddball, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Please enjoy the emotes. Why does it play twice? This isn't anyone else's fault. This is me being angry. I got stuck in this silly medieval game that nobody heard of. There's a whole lot of kingdom and at least twice the deliverance. Where are you stuck? Borrowed a PC to play this and had enough problems learning PC stuff and keys. Oh, that's valid. That's valid. That's a valid thing. Oh, we got stuck into, not got stuck in. Got it. I'm there. Yeah, I didn't see. Yep. No, misread by me. Hope you're enjoying it. We got there. We got there. I twist the cap back on and return the bottle to its place. I push the pills out of the package. They're white and circular. I suddenly think of something. It'll be fine if I take 2 at once, right? I've forgotten to confirm how many I'm supposed to take. When thinking of the phrase sleeping pills, I can't help the negative mental image I have of them. If I take the wrong amount, it'll be the... Okay, I don't think you're going to overdose on 1 extra sleeping pill. I think that's more like you take a bottle and it's a problem. It'll be the last time I ever go to sleep, never to wake up again. I stare at the pills, make up my mind, and pop them into my mouth. Then wash them down with water. They don't taste like anything. I return the empty medicine package and slightly drained glass to the top of the refrigerator, then leave it. True, who knows what's in them? That's a great point. They could be cyanide. Well, we'd be dead already. There's never a... Wow, I think there is. I feel a little chilly. Of course, my body is soaked to the skin. In order to try to calm myself down, I decide to take a bath. If I have to take a if I have to... Hold on, is this... Some break in my mental deadlock might appear. I persuade myself with that. So if I, like, press space... Quick rinse, I begin to fill it up with hot water. Okay. Okay. Cool. So space isn't working right now, so this is new. In some regard. Absentmindedly staring at the surface of the water, engulfed in the comfortable steam, I'm attacked by drowsiness. No, it's not simply on the level of drowsiness. I'm seriously sleepy. It feels like I'll just fall asleep like this. I almost feel dizzy. The inside of my head has become dull. My body's incredibly heavy. It's most likely the medicine taking effect. Shoot, I have to wake up. I suddenly hear sounds coming from the room. Maybe Uni's coming to visit.
ユニなの？
Or about to get stabbed in the bathtub, too. I call into the other room. No response. Poke my head outside the bathroom and inspect the state of the room. Nobody's here. There isn't any human presence. Was it just my imagination? I tilt my head and return my eyes to the bathtub. The warm water is full of vitality. However, I'm so sleepy. All I'm doing is standing here, and even from that, my feet are becoming unsteady. This is bad. If this was gonna happen, I should have bathed before I took the pills. It happens again. Again, I hear a sound. It must be Uni playing a prank on me.
疲れてるのに。
Literally me. Our heart, no brain. I think sleeping pills are Benadryl without telling me you're taking them. Benadryl has never made me sleepy, so it felt basically useless. You could tell me anything about it, and I'd have to believe you. Please don't fall asleep in the bath. Dude, bathtub naps, though? They go hard. Well, okay. Part of that's because I'm too tall for a bathtub. So I can't fall in it, but it's fine. Bathtub naps go hard. That's all I got. You know, I mean... Knocks me my ass in like 20 minutes. I'm already so tired. I leave the bathroom tottering. There isn't anyone in the room after all. Maybe he's hiding.
ユニ、ふざけてないで出てきなさい。
But there's no reply, and I don't feel anyone's
おか
presence.
しいな。
Just to be certain, I look anywhere that can be used as a hiding place. I look inside the closet as well. Still, Uni's nowhere to be found. Leaving the room, I even poke my head into the living area. There isn't anyone in the living area nor the kitchen. It seems like everyone has returned to their rooms. The place is as silent as the grave. In that silence, I start to feel anxious. This entire institution doesn't have very much human presence at all.
あ、お湯が溢れちゃう。
I panic and turn back to the bathroom, staggering. The hot water has already filled about 80% of the tub. I gently put my hand to test the water. A little hot, but the heat feels nice. And at the same time, my drowsiness increases even more. My hand continues to splash and stir the water in the bathtub.
ちょっと待ってよ。私今男なんだ。
I become aware of a fatal error. There's no way I can get into a bath naked when my body demands.
なんかいや。
I remember that scene from before and immediately feel a chill. And then suddenly, we're back to this. The light in the bathroom goes out. It happens so suddenly that I'm in a state of confusion trying to figure out what's going on. It's completely dark and I can't see a thing. Just two. Guys aren't allowed to have baths. Let's apologize this time.
まゆずみさん。
何よ。
I bow my head
ごめ
deeply.
んなさい。あなたを怒らせちゃったみたい。でも信じてください。私は嘘はついてないし、あなたをからかっているわけでもないんです。
Mayuzumi looks at me with suspicion in their eyes.
湯川さんが謝ってるんだ。ここは仲直りと行こうじゃないか。
No more role playing. Yomagi plays the peacekeeper, but Mayuzumi just lets out a snort of contempt and turns away from me.
謝るくらいなら初めから変なこと言うんじゃないわよ。
She didn't hit us this time.
あんた早くご飯の準備しなさいよ。たくどんくさいわね。
She points at Yomagi as she vents her anger at him with those words.
こっちはもうお腹ペコペコなのよ。
ああ、そうだったな。飯がまだだった。眉泉も腹が減ってるからイライラするんだよな。よし、とっとと飯にしよう。お湯も沸いてるみたいだしな。
This time I'm gonna yell stew. Maybe the food we've chosen is what killed us, I say, as we've already been stabbed. Oh, we already had a death ending. We're dying again. We're gonna yell stew this time. Everyone's yelled stew. That's crazy. All three of us said in perfect unison.
満場一致か。実は僕もシチューが食べたいと思ってたんだ。やっぱり最初の飯くらいはうまいものが食べたいよな。
I need to find that snail, man. I agree. Yeah, I just gotta find where it is. As he nods and mutters, Yomagi takes out 4 servings of stew from a cardboard box.
みんなはお椀を準備してくれ。
We quickly take the mugs and spoons out of the boxes. But this is really, it really is kind of incredible. In fact, the 4 of us agreed on what to eat. It's as if in the moment I had decided I wanted to eat some stew. That thought was broadcast to everyone else. No, maybe I can think of it another way. In the very beginning, everyone's decisions have already been determined. And that's not exactly it either. I'm not the type to believe in fate. I don't have that kind of dream. It's not romantic. Maybe I can try thinking of it like this. Everyone's decisions were all made by some kind of unseen existence. Yeah, right, I'm such an idiot. There's no way something like that would happen. That does sound just a bit romantic, doesn't it? I shake off that strange idea and put the ingredients for the stew Yomagi has handed to me into my mug. An outside factor named T-Swizzle01? Say it isn't so. What is a T-Swizzle01?
ところで、
As suddenly as I bring the warm stew to my
あの
lips.
新聞ってどうなったんですか？
Oh? Now that I think about it, the last thing I remember about Sphia is being in the bathroom. At the time, the bathroom lights had suddenly gone out. I distinctly remember feeling a sense of danger then. What exactly happened after that? We are indeed exchanging consciousness with each other. I wonder if that Satoru person is alright. I want to believe that he's okay. It seems that I've already accepted that our consciousnesses are switching. You've already read those. And those words popped up that I already read as well. In the bottom of the bottom of the bottom of the deep, deep hole. On the other side of the other side of the other side of the other... Oh, sorry. Of the other side of the other side of the other side of the grim, grim darkness. Let chat decide the food next time. I want to be the self-insert. Let us be the egomaniacs. You know what? We'll load the food thing after if we die again. And I'll let you guys pick which of the remaining options you guys want to do. I'm willing to... I think that's fair. But you have to choose one of the remaining options, not the ones I already chose. Beyond, beyond, beyond the deep abyss. It feels as if I'm falling without end. The sense of loss. No, that's not right. Nothing has been lost. There was nothing to begin with. Not a thing. There isn't a single thing here. Emptiness. Pure emptiness. There is nothing else but this pure emptiness. But if indeed there is nothing here whatsoever, then what about me? Me's kind of strangely written. The person experiencing this emptiness. Who is this existence known as I? This emptiness is like zero. Does zero really exist? If it really exists, then what is zero? If it doesn't exist, then what does one actually become? When does one actually become one? And like that, from that interval between 0 and 1, I am forcibly ripped out.
いた！あれ？
Oh! I hope you guys can figure it out. Chukadon, Chinese style rice bowl. Twinks made a choice. We did it, gamers. What a limit is, part 1.
I want to play a game.
I know this isn't what you're referencing, but where is it? Fucking
Hello. I want to play a game. All your life you've been afraid of visual novels. Therefore, you must complete one about a murder before the time limit runs out.
there's 2 Saw video games, and apparently the second one is absolutely horrifically bad. In a world. Third crash of the night. You just cannot play Dave the Diver, huh? When I come to my senses, my head is lying on a desk. I'm holding a pen in my right hand, as if I had fallen asleep without realizing it. A deep, deep, dreamless sleep. Maybe I did have a dream. My head is all muddled and confused. It's as if some puzzling, incomprehensible image is spinning over and over in my mind like a vortex. It's not the same as that feeling you get when you just wake up. It's a different feeling of confusion. In fact, my mind is surprisingly clear despite having just woken up. All I can feel is some slight tiredness. I won't understand it too well even if I think about it. Anyway, I fell asleep and then woke up when I knocked my forehead on the desk. Isn't that a little strange? I was sleeping in the bed. I don't remember moving towards the desk at all. Now that I think about it, there is no desk in the cabin. And what is this place? I wonder. As I start to panic, I scan my surroundings and ponder to calm down. There's a bed, a desk, and a closet in the room. They're all very tidy and organized, giving off a clean, cozy feeling. But at the same time, they also somehow feel hollow and fake because of it. As if things like human warmth have been ripped out of them by the roots. I finally understand. I look at the back of my hand. The hands are rugged and large, not like the familiar hands which belong to Fuyukawa Kokoro. Wood carbuncle. I mutter as I let out a sigh. Suddenly, I realize I have to pee. I stand up and open the door to the unit bath near the exit of the room. Each room is equipped with not only a shower, but a toilet as well. I reopen my sleepy eyes as I reach my belt and oh, who's dead? This is a man's body. Oh, never mind. I forgot we're still doing this. So in order to relieve myself, that would mean... I look down timidly. There's a strange feeling between my legs. In other words, I have to use my hands and hold on to that? There's no other choice. Because right now, my body is a man's body. I'm just doing this in order to take care of a normal biological process, that's all. I'm not touching it for any weird reason or anything. I understand all that in my mind. I understand it, but still... I burst out of the washroom and fall down in the middle of the bedroom. You know, normally in this situation, I would say something to the effect of, if you had asked me to guess a scene from Remember 11, in-depth piss analytics would not have been it. But this is an Uchikoshi game. So, actually, I'm not at all surprised. I thought Kokoro was being a bit of a pussy for lack of a better descriptor. But I don't think I'd be doing any better in her position in this scene. I got you. Often have this much focus on guys' dicks. I wouldn't. Well, it's more of just like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's more that like, I don't want to phrase this without like saying anything specific. you think of at least 2 more examples immediately? You can stop there. All right, perfect. Liz and Yosh got it immediately. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. I'm definitely playing more of this. They're good. They're good. Deep breath. Take a deep breath. Maybe it's because I'm just too shaken up, but I can't even take proper breaths. Sam. Fucking. That's the best scene in that game. Okay. Back up for a sec. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. I need to get more water. It's Liz on Sam's phone while he's driving. His comment, my typo. Perfect, perfect. Drive safe, please. I wouldn't even know where to start when it comes to pissing. I love that you included the typo. When I come around, I notice the feeling has changed and is something like a smooth birth. Okay, so I didn't read this one. What? I don't know how to type. Can you attribute that to Elizabeth? I told her to write that while I was driving. I don't know. Twink can decide. Twink wrote the quote. When I come around, that an uncomfortable feeling is radiating from my abdomen. The intense urge to pee is building there. This is bad. This is very bad. I'm already 20 years old, a grown-up, an adult. And as an adult, no, as a woman, no, as a human being, I cannot, must not wet my pants. I creep back into the bathroom. What am I doing talking to myself? That question suddenly crosses my mind. I push it to the back of my head. Cheering myself on, I lower my pants just like I've always done. And just like the normal trip to the bathroom, I take a seat on the... Once again, I burst out of the bathroom and lie down in the middle of the bedroom. Ma'am, it's not that hard. I think he touched the water. Twink's comment is me fucking cracking. I think he touched the water. Oh my god. So convenient to stand. I'd be taking the advantage. Forget it. Men have to perform one extra step when they go to the bathroom. Not if you're sitting down. Fuyukawa Kokoro, in the winter of her 20th year, learns this valuable lesson. But I didn't need to know. I didn't want to know.
どうすればいいのよ。
Most important decision. I don't think I'm gonna choose piss myself.
限界だよ。
Writhing, I make my way toward the bathroom once again. If someone were to see me like this, I probably wouldn't ever be able to get married. But I'm gonna think about it. I'm not gonna think about it. Bold choice. If I do think about it, I'll probably burst into tears. The whole rest of the VN, the remaining 90% of the game is just her running in and out of the bathroom, trying to take a piss. I make up my mind and lower myself onto the toilet. Good work. I collapse onto the bed, completely exhausted. I finish my business, but this is the first time I've gotten so worn out from it. If this personality exchange continues, then I might have no choice but to get used to this. This is just too much for a young lady like me. There's no way I can get used to it that easily.
いうことはちょっと待ってよ。
I just realized something truly horrifying. The owner of the body I'm currently in other words, the personality of Yukito Satoru, is probably inside my body at the shelter cabin right now. So that means he has the freedom to do whatever he wants with my body. I shudder all over at the thought of some man I've never met fooling around with my body.
いや
I groan instinctively. Feeling somewhat irritated, I pace back and forth in the room like a caged animal. But I still can't seem to calm myself down. Then I notice the note that's been left on the table. I grab and hold it tightly in my hand. I'm not really sure if I should say nice to meet you or thanks for visiting again. I doubt I've even known anyone that I doubt I've ever known anyone that I've had this much trouble coming up with a greeting for. I'm Yukito Satoru. I think you've already noticed it as well, but it looks like we're currently experiencing some sort of personality exchange. I don't know the exact reason for this. What I do know is that you're a woman named Fuyukawa Kokoro. It's a note from the owner of this body, Yukito Satoru. I plop down on the bed and keep on reading anxiously. The first thing I want to clear up is about your body. How do I say this? Well, I'll be careful not to touch or look at anything unless it's absolutely necessary. I don't know what your impression is of me from when you saw my face, but I am a gentleman, so please don't worry about that. It's as if he can see right through my worries. I pat my chest in relief. I don't know if he really didn't look at it or touch my body, but he at least anticipated what I was worried about, so I can see he's someone who's concerned about me. That makes me feel more at ease. I continue reading the note. It's a bit sudden. I have a few things I must discuss with you. The first thing I want to do is make sure what's happening is really a personality exchange. From what I can tell, it seems that during the time my consciousness leaves this body, your consciousness takes my place within it. Likewise, whenever your consciousness leaves your body, my consciousness takes possession of it. As if we're two drivers alternating between two different cars. But I don't have any conclusive evidence. Right now, all I have to go on are the words of the people around me. I heard that at Svea, my body addressed itself as Fuyukawa Kokoro while I wasn't around. And at the shelter cabin, Yomogi-san told me the owner of the body was someone named Fuyukawa Kokoro. So if we were to believe what they said, then we have no choice but to accept that your consciousness and mine are coming and going between each other's bodies. But this is a lot of words for a single notepad. Taylor, he can just flip it. It's a joke. Straw man. Even Even though I know Fuyukawa Kokuro's voice and voice, I haven't had a chance to communicate with your actual personality. If we use cars as the analogy, then I am familiar with Fuyukawa Kokuro, the car, but I have yet to meet you, the driver within. I won't beat around the bush. The point is, I have my doubts that this personality called Fuyukawa Kokuro really exists. So I was hoping you would leave some kind of evidence behind that proves you actually do exist. Since we can't talk to each other directly, can you at least write down some kind of reply on the paper this note is written on? Anything will do. Just leave some evidence behind that the Fuyukawa Kokuro personality controlling my body exists. Also, if you can, I'd like you to record the time. The time I'm interested in is the time that you took over my body. From this, we can determine whether the transfer of consciousness happens with a fixed schedule or if it occurs randomly. I want to find some kind of pattern to it. Wouldn't that be convenient for both of us? We'd be able to realize when there's one more minute until the transfer and finish up whatever we need to do by then. But if it happens at random, well, you will figure something out if and when that turns out to be the case. Even realizing that the transfers are happening at random is a step forward, right? Right. That reminds me. I forgot to write down something very important. The truth is, no, maybe my body would be more accurate. The truth is, my body is... Oh, he didn't finish it. Why would he write fucking... Man... Could you imagine reading a letter? Oh, I have something very important to tell you. I forgot to mention it, by the way. It's really important. I just wanted to make sure you knew about how important it was so that you could... And then the page ends. And... What's the point of that? Just write it down! I'll keep it to myself. Hope if I get body switched, this was someone as hot as hot guy. But also, I would be more embarrassed thinking about them judging how I look. I would like my consciousness to stay inside of my body, please. Verbose people are hot. That's what Elizabeth basically said anyway. All right. I turned the paper over. The back is completely blank. The note ends here. I'm with you on this one, Kokoro. I smacked the table. I go silent with those words as I stare at the note. So that's why. The note is probably unfinished because the personality exchange occurred while he was still writing it. I'm just like Kokoro for real, for real. Well, I don't know about that. And so, I read over the note once again. He started the letter off with his concerns about me, and he kindly tried to ease my worries before continuing on to more important matters. Thanks to that, the creepy feeling I had about him a bit ago disappeared. Learning a bit about the nature of this person named Satoru has let me understand him somewhat, and that's a big help in giving me peace of mind. Personality exchange isn't usually a situation that people have to consider, but it has indeed happened. If my partner in this had been a wimp who only freaked out when facing the truth and went, what do I do, what do I do, what do I do? Then he really would have been beyond saving. But... I said something like, leave him alone. He just talks a lot. You can't judge him for it. It's attractive. I love when people are chatty. And then every single other person disagreed with you. Time and place. He talks a lot. I look at the note inscribed with those logical words. With my fingers, I trace the neat, organized handwriting. I can indeed feel a sense of partnership from it. Satoru is going through the same unexplainable circumstances I am. I have a friend who will do his best no matter what he's up against. I gather up my willpower and jump to my feet with energy. Really, having a friend with me is more encouraging and reassuring than anything else. I can feel a bit, just a tiny bit of courage building inside of me.
いけない。
I almost forgot. Satoru's note asked me to write down the time. Glanced at the alarm clock before sitting on the bedside table. The hands coded the fluorescent paint point to 117.
もうお昼じゃない。
Did I oversleep? I was overwhelmed by a lot of things that happened yesterday, but nevertheless, I slept for way too long last night. I wonder if I'm just shameless. No, no way. I quickly shake my head as Lynn's annoying smile appears in my mind. Now, how long it's been since I woke up? The time it took me to go to the bathroom and read the note was about...
10分ぐらいかな。
There's a pen lying on the table. I read on the back of the note, transfer at 1:07 p.m. I have to write a response to his note, but I put the pen down for now. Maybe it's because I'm relieved, but I suddenly feel absolutely famished. My stomach rumbles loudly.
男の人ってお腹の音も大きいのかな。
I mutter as I head toward the kitchen to find something to eat. I mean, I can't just leave my partner starving like this, right? Breakfast is good for you.
ユキドく呼びに行こうと思ってたのよ。
Oh man, the fact I made youth personality development a rhombus is fucking with me now because I don't have enough room to put breakfast is good for you next to it. I also have to skip a line. Oh man, I got breakfast sausage for tomorrow. Life is good. That's a mood. No song. No song. I'm gonna get a little bit more water real fast, and then I'll be back in a moment. Kind of wish there was music I'd be leaving you with, but sometimes life isn't fair. Be right back. gonna be funny if music starts playing one dialogue box later. Well, you know. It is what it is. Holy fucking god, I almost knocked my water over. There you go. I run into Utsumi as soon as I leave the room. I give her a slight
お
bow.
はようございますってもうお昼でしたね。
みんな朝は遅いからこれから朝食よ。
Well, I give her a slight smile after pausing for a moment. Utsumi's eyes narrow, as if she's looking at a child who's just been injured. Her expression holds a mix of sadness and affection.
そうなんですか。寝坊したかと思っちゃいました。
She looks like she has something she wants to say, but she just smiles.
お腹空いてるでしょ。
はい、ペコペコなんです。
一緒に食べましょう、冬川さん。
ありがとうございます。
She nods and heads towards the dining area. I too follow behind. Utsumi addressed me as Fuyukawa-san. She probably thinks that the other DID personality named Fuyukawa Kokoro has resurfaced. To acknowledge the existence of another personality and accept it like everything is normal. That's not something that can easily be done. She does seem to be very well versed in psychology, but that doesn't feel like it's the only reason. An aura of true benevolence, or perhaps an air of all-accepting kindness. That's the kind of impression I get from her.
ヤッホー、サトル。
Communication. Yumi, who's already at the table, gives me a friendly smile. The frightened look he had just yesterday has disappeared. Beside Yumi is Hotori, who gives me a quick bow when she sees me. Every time I see her, my heart starts a bit. It still feels like Inubushi Keiko is right here in front of me. However, it seems her personality has settled on that of Suzukage Hotori for now. Inubushi Keiko is nowhere to be seen. It would be cruel to treat Hotori like a ruthless murderer. I greet him with a smile to conceal my
おは
thoughts.
よう、二人とも。
I too sit down at the dining table.
ねえねえ、さっき何やってたの？さっき？
What's he talking about?
うん。さっきテラスから外に出てったじゃん。で、何やってたのかなって。
I don't fucking know. That must be something Satoru had done. While I was still asleep at the shelter cabin, Satoru had already woken up from here at Svea and done something. And of course, there's no way I would know about it.
内緒。教えてよ。ダメ。ケチ。
ユニくん、そんな言い方しないの。人には人のプライベートってものがあるのよ。
チェ
It's a secret to everybody. Even though he's complaining. God fucking damn it. Next up, I'm going to be asked to pay for a door repair. Uni doesn't seem to care all that much.
カリカリ。お腹減ったよ。
はいはい、ちょっと待ってね。
Uni's attention has long since shifted to his stomach.
お待たせ。
Utsumi brings the meal out on the tray. On the menu are toast, bacon, and eggs, and tuna salad. The savory aroma of the toast rises to our noses and makes our stomachs groan in hunger.
いっぱい食べてね。
The four of us start our late breakfast. According to the clock, it should be considered lunch already. Let's not worry about such details. It's called brunch, actually, if you want to just do that.
おいしいよ、カリ。
Otori nods enthusiastically at Uni's compliment. It's a typical Western breakfast. Tuna salad? But Utsumi really has some skills. The food is absolutely delicious. Perfectly browned toast, bacon, and sunny side up eggs that melt in your mouth. Oh, that sounds so good. And a big serving of tuna salad. With a breakfast like this, no one can help but feel happy.
ありがとう。でもちゃんと噛んで食べなくちゃダメよ。
No. I'm just like Hotori for real. Love tuna salad for every meal. I'm more of like well, I guess it's the afternoon. I don't feel like I could eat fish in the morning. Any meal, sorry. Yes, that's very different. No, no, It's expensive, that's fair. I'm more of like a fried fish or like grilled fish type of guy. There it is. Utsumi says gently to Uni as he stuffs his face with food. When Hotori hears that, she nods as if she's made up her mind about something. Chew, chew, chew. She chews her food with a really serious look on her face. She's just so cute, I can't help but smile. Hotori looks confused by my reaction. The Hotori personality seems to be the type that doesn't betray emotions easily, but inwardly she seems like a good
お
person.
かわりもあるからもっと欲しかったら言ってね。
はーいはーい。
Saying that, Utsumi points at the bowl with my tuna salad in
あ
it.
ら、キュウリ残してるじゃない。
それはすいません。キュウリ苦手なんです。どうして？美味しいのに。
Uni reaches into my bowl and nonchalantly stuffs the cucumbers into his
なん
mouth.
だか青臭い感じがするでしょ。だからダメなの。残しちゃってすみません。
だったら言っておいてくれればよかったのに。苦手なのはかぼちゃとキュウリね。
え？かぼちゃは嫌いじゃないですよ。
でもあな
Utsumi has an amazed look on her face, but then suddenly nods as if she
冬
understands.
川さんの嫌いなものがキュウリで、有機堂くんはかぼちゃ。そういうことなのね。DID の症例では思考にも変化があるっていうから。
Uni gets a complicated look on his face when he hears
今
that.
は心の人格が入ってるの？そうだよ。
He looks like he wants to say something, but he bites into his toast as if trying to stop himself. Even though he didn't reject me entirely, he probably still not willing to accept that there's a personality called Kokoro inside Satoru's body.
他に何か嫌いなものがある？言っておいてくれれば出さないようにするけど。
Okay, I will say this. A little prediction. Something that's kind of fucking me up and making me think that, like, some sort of timeline error is going on here, that they're lying to us about the timeline. He should recognize the fact that this guy is the dude, it has the same name as the person that Kokoro's second personality was in the cabin, if it's the same timeline. And he's just not commented on that yet at all, and seems like surprised and confused by it. Now, yeah, okay, I guess 2 years go by, but like, that's like a traumatic event. I need to make tuna salad with tuna I bought like a year ago. It expires soon. I hope it's delicious.
あとは酢豚の中に入っているパイナップルは許せません。
What? That's like the one thing I eat pineapple in. When she hears my answer, Hotori nods with a look of agreement on her face. Utsumi smiles and says, "That's like the best application for pineapples with pork." Okay. Kokoro has made me mad. I have like 12 cans. I would gladly send you half of them. I'm not sure they would do too well in the mail. Actually, all pineapple is bad. Thank you, so I figured that was gonna get nuked. That doesn't sound good. Pineapple on sweet and sour pork? what's usually used is sweet and sour pork. Utsumi smiled and says,
和食って果物を温かくして食べる料理少ないからびっくりしちゃうのよね。
そうなんです。それ以外は大丈夫です。
了解よ。
and just like that, we finish our breakfast. I think about things as I have my post-breakfast coffee. What's happening at the shelter cabin right now? I was able to fill myself with such a delicious breakfast, and I'm drinking a cup of coffee afterward in the comfortable heated room. The people I'm here with are all kind people too. It'd be a different story if the Inubushi Keiko personality ever emerged, but it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say this is a really peaceful place. On the other hand, they're trapped on an intense blizzard on that frigid mountain.
彼ら？
Making that sound like someone else's problem causes a cold chill to run through my body. It's not someone else's problem. This is the reality. And even now, the disaster that's happening in the mountains is still affecting the body of Fuyukawa Kokoro. Perhaps at this very moment, Fuyukawa Kokoro's body is crumbling away. I should think of it as that urgent of a situation. What am I doing? I could just kick myself. This isn't the time to be relaxing and drinking coffee.
電話ってどこにあるの？
If I get a hold of a phone, I can contact the rescue team and let them know about the survivors. There was a sign outside the shelter cabin that said Mount Akakura Emergency Shelter Cabin. Yeah, but don't you remember it was 2 years ago or something? It's probably a public facility, so a mountain rescue team should know exactly where it is. Utsumi and Hotsuri just look at each other.
電話はないわよ。
Oh, okay, well that too.
携帯も？
携帯どころか通信手段は一つもないわ。
There isn't a way to contact others from here at all. Hmm.
そんなバカな。
I stand up involuntarily. This is Sphia. It's not only a public medical center, it's also a self-supported facility. Not having any way to contact the outside world is
あれは？あそこに置いてあるパソコン。
local internet. Utsumi shakes her head.
外部には接続されてないの。物理的に。
外部にはって。じゃあどこに？
私にはよくわからないわ。
I am not too. What? Does she mean that there's only a LAN set up here in Sphia? Local area network. A network of interconnected commuter cables installed in the same area, such as the inside of a building. Allows for the sending, receiving, and processing of various types of data in bulk. But this is already more than 10 years into the 21st century. It's hard to believe there's still a computer that's not connected to the internet. Played this when my internet wasn't working for like a week. Ironic line then. I dashed to the living area. The PC is here. The PC isn't quite accurate. The monitor, keyboard, and mouse are here. But the body of the computer is nowhere to be seen, and the wires disappeared into the floor. I grip the mouse and shake it. The PC, which had entered standby mode, resumes its breathing. Okay, well.
冗談だって言ってよね。
Silently playing, I click the icon to check network
嘘で
settings.
しょ？
The access to the Sphere's... There's access to the Sphere's internal LAN, but it doesn't connect to anywhere outside of it. Just to make sure, I open the browser window and try to connect to the internet. A software application that retrieves, traverses, and displays the information resources from various sources such as web servers or the internet on web pages. But the error could not establish connection is displayed on the screen. Utsumi and Hotsuri have come over and stand beside me. I turn around and shout.
他に外部に連絡を取る手段は？
ないわ。物資を運ぶ船が定期的に
Letters.
手紙を渡すことができるけど、
それはいつ？
一月くらい先。
そんな。
The mouse slips from my hand. Looking like a hanged rat, it swings like a pendulum from the side of the desk.
どうして連絡を取りたいの？
避難小屋に私たちがいることを警察に。
I close my mouth in the middle of the sentence. To explain that situation, I had to tell them everything about the Fuyukawa Kokoro who's in the shelter cabin after the plane crash and about the personality exchanges. Would they believe it? Makes me a touch anxious.
驚かないで聞いてください。
Oh, okay, that'll be a good preface for it. I explained the personality exchange to them.
そう
After my explanation is finished, Utsumi hugs me. She pulls my head to her breast. I think she believes me. But
それがあなたの冬川心に宿った記憶なのね。
I raise my head.
違います。確かに私の体は山で遭難を。
それは冬川心という人格が作り出した元素よ。 DID となった場合通常は出現した人格は他の人格の存在を知らないものよ。だけど稀に他の人格の存在に気づくことがある。そういった場合主人格の存在を認めたくなくて副人格が主人格を殺そうと自傷行為に走ることもあるの。
I will accept it as reality. Dominant and alternate personalities. In the person exhibiting so-called multiple personality disorder, the personality which is in control of the body for the longest periods of time is called a dominant personality. This is most often the original baseline personality which the person has had since birth. Other personalities, which sometimes assume control of the body for shorter periods, are called alternate personalities.
有機道君の中に生まれた冬川心という人格も自分が副人格と認めたくなかった。自分にも主人格となり得る体があると主張するため人格交換という幻想を作り出したのね。
違います。私はちゃんと存在するんです。
そうでしょうね。有機道君が作り出した冬川心の人格は墜落事故で亡くなった冬川心さんをもとに作られたもののようだから。
Also, she's saying I died in the plane crash here when I died in the a landslide in the other body.
赤倉岳に自分の体があると主張するのも無理はないわ。
そうじゃなくて。
And I'm just gonna assume all the characters know everything about the event. I bit my lip. She doesn't believe me. Utsumi seems like an expert in psychology, so there's no way she would be able to believe it. Her explanation is much more believable than something unrealistic like a personality
お
exchange.
とりちゃんは
I glance hopefully at Hotori. Well, no. When you would rate the cause of death, it wouldn't be the plane crash, it'd be an avalanche. Will I call him that? I mean, first off, I haven't read about it a bunch, but like, it would depend. Bleak subject matter. But that doesn't mean the plane crash caused her death. Or was the cause of death. It leads to it, sure. But if she was killed in the plane crash, she'd be dead from the plane crash. Not, what, over a week later? If I have a heart attack, if I won't use me because Yoshi will hate this then. If someone has a heart attack and they survive and then a week later they're shot, they didn't die of a heart attack. Even if the heart attack somehow leads to them being shot. I glance hopefully at Hotori. She shakes her head, her face slightly pale. Hotori also doesn't believe me. And then I realize, won't Uni believe me? He experienced the crash together with me. If I can convince him that, yeah, see, here's the other part, right? Then Uni, it's two timelines. There's something weird going on. What if you had, oh, hold on. No, you forget the game. If I had a plane crash and then I had a heart attack and then I got shot, I think I think it would be cause of death, right? Being shot, and then in the notes section would just have the word damn. I think that's how that would get reported. Where am I? If I can convince him that inside of Yukido Satoru dwells another personality, Fudikawa Kokoro, then maybe he'll believe the personality exchange occurred.
ユニは今どこに？部屋へ行ったと思うけど。話聞いてくださってありがとうございました。今は信じてもらえないかもしれないけど、本当のことですから。冬川さん。
I leave the living area. Looking for Uni, I head over to his room. I don't see any signs of Uni's presence in the
ど
room.
こに行ったんだろう。
This motherfucker's gonna be like dead. I'm just waiting for it. I peek into the living area and the basement storage area, but I can't find Uni. At the last resort, I return to Satoru's room.
もうこんな
Oh,
大事
wasn't
な
he
時に
hiding
どこって
in
ば
Hitomi's
してるん
room
だろ
the first time? We could go there.
う。避難小屋の自分の命だって危ないかもしれないのに。
I mutter without any deep meaning, and then have a sudden realization. I felt that it was odd yesterday too, but if I think about it again, this is as strange as it gets. Doesn't Uni exist in both places, both Sphia and the shelter cabin? Moreover, when I met the Uni at Sphia, even though this is a strange way of referring to him, the first time, he said that he vividly remembered the crash. That means that the Unis in both places have that memory.
どういうこと？
It's so hard to breathe, as if I'm up to my neck in some kind of mire. What's engulfing me is a mire called Enigma.
しっかりして整理してみるのよ。
I sit on the bed. I'll lay out the problematic points one by one. First, problem number 1. Regarding the real situation of the personality exchange phenomenon, due to the note, I consider the existence of this body's personality Yukido Satoru affirmed. This is the proof that suggests the personality exchange is really going on. But I don't have the slightest idea why the personality exchange occurred, the reason for it, the principle behind it, or the way to break free from this phenomenon. Personality exchange. Those are really simple words, but behind them is a very deep mystery. And the second problem. Why are there two Unis? Both the shelter cabin and Sphia, I've seen Unis in both places. And both of them possess the memory of the crash. I've noticed this because, due to the personality exchange, my mind is jumping back and forth between 2 points, but isn't this a big mystery as well? I have 2 hypotheses for it. First, maybe they're twins. But even if they're identical twins, how likely is it for them to have both their family and given names be the same? Second hypothesis. I swear to fucking God if they're twins. Second hypothesis. One of them is a copy of the other. In other words, a clone. Oh, God. Oh, no! No, 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 no. No, no. What is it? Seems awfully familiar or something. The bodies of all living things are 14 pages? The bodies of all living things are derived from biological blueprints called genes. DNA. That's not what DNA is short for. The methods used to analyze and manipulate the information stored in genes, recombination, synthesis, and other similar technologies are this is a fucking plot point. Collectively classified under the umbrella term of genetic engineering. Currently, the technology enjoying the limelight in the field of genetic engineering is cloning technology. The term clone... Bless you, Fastidious. The term clone is... Sorry. The term clone is from biology. It refers to a life form produced through asexual reproduction, whose cells are perfectly genetically identical to those of its parent. Those born from this technology are called human clones. As an aside, the word clone is derived from the Greek word klon, meaning twig. In 1997, the birth in England of the world's first somatic cell clone, a sheep named Dolly, was announced. The successful creation of Dolly shed new light on the potentials of genetic engineering. Dolly was different from the embryonic cell clones that had previously been born from reproductive cell tissue. She was cloned from the mammary tissue, somatic cells, of an adult sheep, making her the first somatic cell clone using nuclear transfusion. Hereinafter, simply clone in the world. In other words, the success of the technology to create a somatic cell clone using nuclear transfer served to verify the hypothesis that if somatic cells were available, it would be possible to bring any animal back to life as an exact copy any number of times. After that, various transgenic clones were created, but since the process of their birth, cell development was viewed as diverging too far from natural means, human cloning research was banned or otherwise strictly regulated. In the year 2001, the human-related cloning regulation law, cloning law, was enforced in Japan. Additionally, major countries such as England, France, and Germany prohibited the creation of human clones, calling it an affront to human dignity. However, the combined power of forces such as sheer human curiosity, infertility problems, and possibly the wish to meet with lost loved ones again would not let it be stopped altogether. Thus, illegal research continued behind the scenes, and before long, the birth cries of the very first human clones were heard in the world. God fucking damn it! As a result, various protests and controversies took root, and in many countries, the question of ethics was back on the table for the furious debates about to unfold. In the midst of this, the trial concerning the issue of the birth of clones was held. The year was 2010. The accused, a certain lone scientist, he had created a clone of his own son. I'm sure this isn't related. And the reason for that, he said, was simple. Simply, I just wanted to see my son, who was killed in an accident, one more time, no matter the cost. Before long, a secret had been revealed, and thus judgment was pronounced upon him. And the result of the judge's decision was life imprisonment. However, when the content of the cloned boy's testimony was reported, it caused a complete turnover of public opinion, which grew powerful enough to lead to amendment of the law in the end. So what was it that the boy said so plaintively through his tears? Papa didn't do anything wrong. I'm so grateful to Papa, because Papa is the one who gave me this life. Clones are sometimes used to make troopers. Lies of C. For 5 minutes, everything goes batshit insane again. Welcome to page 8 of 14. And so the same year saw the lifting of the ban of the birth of human clones. Anyone was free to use cloning technology as a form of infertility treatment, as long as permission from the proper authorities have been granted. Since then, human clones have continued to be born legally. By the... What do you mean by the year 2019? The game takes place in 2011. My man's just writing fanfic. It became common knowledge. This is 1,000 years in the future. It became common knowledge that one to two of every 1,000 primary school students were clones. As for the revised cloning laws, for it to have been struck down by public opinion rallied simply for the sake of the happiness of one small boy, perhaps it truly was a law that stood in opposition to human kindness. However, even after the amendment of the law, a large problem still remained. Cloned people faced opposition and discrimination. As previously stated, the unnatural nature of their birth and existence led many to be shunned. Since the clone's genetic information was perfectly identical to that of their nuclear plasma provider, genome mother, or original, they were mockingly referred to as copies of the original. However, strictly speaking, this belief is mistaken. At the time of a clone's creation, he or she inherits the mitochondria powerhouse of the cell of the woman who provided the unfertilized egg, host mother. Since the genome mother and host mother are two different people, the clone cannot be said to be an exact replica of the original. In order to solve these problems moving forward, perhaps humanity will need to deepen their understanding of genetic engineering with time. Until then, clones and their supporters can only keep on hoping, believing that the day will surely come when clones can live without fear. Every time I play one of these godforsaken games, it lulls me in the beginning. It's like, oh, here's like a cool premise. And I'm like, oh my god, this is like so sick. I love this. This is so cool. A personality exchange swap. I can't wait to see how later this goes. And I forget. I forget. Finally, we should introduce a certain person who had a global influence in the field of genetic engineering. He is Japan's Dr. Morino Shigezo. Yep, okay, we're going with that. Since the latter part of the 20th century, Dr. Morino has taken part in the International Human Genome Project, where he has been credited with the discovery of a groundbreaking method of analyzing the sequences of DNA. Furthermore, the doctor himself is known to have created human clones. However, there are opinions as to exactly what number of successfully produced clones his achievements amount to, if any at all, and the truth remains uncertain. By 2019. This is exactly what I was hoping for from this game. Yeah, I know you were. Good tip. Yeah, let me see this picture. The what? Before that, cloning had been banned outright on the basics of ethics, but this law was then drafted. There have been several issues surrounding cloning. It looks like they've finally been resolved, but a small number of clones may have integrated themselves in our society before the law was established. So it wouldn't be much of a surprise if Uni were a clone. And there's no telling what a clone will do when he's confronted with the fact he's a copy of the original. And this is Sphia, a special psychiatric isolation facility. Could it be that Uni? No, wait. It's too early to reach a conclusion about this. I should confirm all this with Uni himself later. The third problem. Why was the newspaper in the shelter cabin? The newspaper article describing our deaths being placed inside the cabin can't be explained by conventional logic at all. And then the fourth problem. What is the real purpose behind this facility? Inabushi Keiko, even though the present personality is Suzukage Hotori, has been placed under house arrest here, so this is probably Sphia, the location I was headed to. But Satoru and Uni are here too, plus there are only 4 people here altogether, which makes no sense. This should be a medical facility that accepts psychiatric patients. There should be doctors and other staff here. Plus, even if this place is meant to be a self-supporting facility, the level of freedom given to those committed here is much too high. Inabushi Keiko is a murderer who killed 12 innocent people. Even she isn't being restrained whatsoever. And cooking utensils could turn into deadly weapons in her hands. At my wit's end. There are too many mysteries to think about alone. I have a mountain of different things to consider. It feels like I'm being squashed under that mountain.
そうだ
I almost forgot about something important. Don't I have a valuable partner in
メ
all
モの
this?
返事をしなくちゃ
I rush to the table and pick up the pen with my left hand. I have to ask about the continuation of the phrase my body is that Satoru left unfinished. I vigorously turn to face the notepad. Only a single line, transfer at 1:07 p.m. is scribbled on it. Where should I start? As I think that, I flop down onto the table. Of course, it would be best to start with a greeting. However, I don't like that kind of formality.
あいいこと考えた
Good idea. Why don't I make a cute little drawing? In that case, it should be something feminine and ladylike that reflects me. I have confidence in my skills. I may not look it, but I wanted to be an illustrator when I was in elementary school. But what kind of drawing should I go with? Okay, another important choice. Draw a bunny.
雪といえばウサギよね
To fool snowman? Maybe next time. To fool their natural predators, they have the trait that allows them to make trails of fake footprints in the snow. When I was a kid, I remember my honest respect for that. Thinking I too want to be as intelligent as the rabbit. Rabbits are definitely all about the ears. But to hover about the ears is too ordinary, so I'll concentrate on making the face really detailed first. Without wasting any more time, I start to draw.
丸書いてちょ丸
And he's gonna think we're absolutely insane.
書い
What
てちょん
is mutual understanding? He's gonna think we're fucking crazy. We wrote down transfer and then a single like circle. The pen is changed into a cup.
あれ何これ
We got the time down. True, yeah, we got the time. We got the time. Oh my god. I'm gripping a spoon in my right hand, and my left hand is an aluminum cup. Inside is something like piping hot rice porridge with seasoning.
私は
Unable to comprehend the situation, my dumbfounded voice hangs in the air.
食べないの
いらないんなら私がもらうわ
From beside me, my cup is snatched away.
あちょっと
My porridge is snatched away by Mayuzumi. I see, so another personality exchange has happened. I return to the shelter cabin again. The cabin that joined with death, filled with the smell of burning firewood and piercing cold air.
そうだ
I remember that Satoru's note said to check the time. I lift my right arm in order to see my wristwatch, only to see that my beloved watch isn't there. I impatiently search within my memory. It isn't in my pocket. I wonder if I've lost it. When? I look around and find my wristwatch in an unexpected place. It's been fastened with care to the bunk bed's ladder. Without understanding it at all, I remove my wristwatch from the
どう
ladder.
して腕時計がこんなところに
Did Satoru take it off and fasten it there?
時計がなんで腕時計って名前なのか知らないのかな
While complaining, I fix the wristwatch to my right wrist. The time is 1:40 p.m. As I smell the fragrant scent of the rice porridge, my stomach growls. It feels like my stomach is completely empty. Even though I just ate breakfast a moment ago, is what I start to think, but that's obviously wrong. The one that ate breakfast was Satoru's body. It wasn't my own. Resentfully, I look in Mayuzumi's direction.
さっさと食べない方が悪いのよ生きるか死ぬかの瀬戸際なんだから
You're kind of a bitch.
だからって人の食い物奪うなよ
However, as if she's gulping it down, Mayuzumi finishes eating the rest of the porridge.
残念ね食べちゃったわもう返してあげられないわね
No. Not yet. Maybe later.
だくしょうがないなこういう非常事態では食べ物で揉めるのが一番危ないんだぞ どう危ないかは言わないけどな。
Yomagi's face creases in a frown. Frown. From that expression alone, it's clear what he wants to say.
もうおばさん食い意地だけは張ってるんだから。
I kind of love Yuni.
電車でも狭い隙間にお尻突っ込んで席を確保するタイプでしょ。
ガキや黙ってろ。こういう時は図太い方が生き残るのよ。
体もずぶといんだからダイエットでも考えりゃいいんだ。
なんだって？
こらこら、せっかく蓄えたエネルギーを無駄遣いするんじゃない。
Saying that, Yomagi holds out his cup.
もうあらかた食ってしまったけど食べるかい。
僕のも分けてあげるよ。
I hold up my hand in
あんまり
refusal.
お腹空いてないんで大丈夫です。
それじゃあ私が。
Mayazumi makes a grab for Yuni's cup, but her hand is slapped
レ
away.
ンにはあげないよ。
ケチね。
Mayazumi's greed makes me want to... This is easy.
まゆずみさん、多少は譲り合う気持ちとか持ったらどうですか？
刑法第37条。自己または他人の生命、身体、自由または財産に対する現在の危難を避けるためやむを得ずにした行為は、これによって生じた害が避けようとした害の程度を超えなかった場合に限り、
I think we lock her outside.
ただしその程度を超えた行為は情状によりその刑を減刑すまたは免除することができる。
Good idea.
緊急避難ですってね。自分が死にそうな時は相手を蹴落としてもいいのよ。
それとこれとは違うでしょ。みんなで助け合っていかないと生きていけないですよ。
Mayazumi glares at me hatefully. The intensity of that glare makes me flinch
綺麗
unintentionally.
事はやめてよね。自分の食い物取られてムカつくってはっきり言えば。
How are you gonna mean the best girl? We're in a situation where I'm backing Kokoro 110%. You know how awful a character has to be? Mayazumi quickly stands up from the table and returns to the corner of the room. It seems that's become her territory. Slipping into the nest of blankets she's built, Mayazumi hugs her knees and grows still.
気にするなよ。
As if to comfort me, Yomagi places his hand on my shoulder. Thus the meal, savage in comparison to that at Sphia, ends. So mean? She is. She's a fucking bitch. She was grading. She was what's the word? Not grading. She was I think of the word where it's like you're not confrontational, where she like butts up against everyone. What's the word I'm thinking of? I don't know. It's not gonna come to me in the next 8 minutes. Like that last scene was terrible for her. She makes me laugh. The only time she makes me laugh is when she's getting angry at the 11-year-old who is absolutely smoking her in arguments. Why is it that the flow of time feels so slow when there's nothing to do? In the end, what we call time is a subjective thing, vague and prone to frequent fluctuations. It feels like an eternity has passed since that meal. At long last, the outside has become wrapped in darkness. The four of us occasionally have fragmented conversations with frequent pauses in between, but most of the time is spent in continuing silence. As if starting the fire watch, Yomugi has quietly camped herself in front of the drum stove with his eyes shut. He's probably to preserve his strength as much as he can. Mayuzumi, too, has shut herself up in her own territory, not moving at all. My stomach, which has gone without dinner, continues to make groaning sounds. Wanting to conserve my energy, I pull my blanket over my head like the other two have and keep my eyes shut. Due to the hunger, it feels as if my stomach has a fever. I strike my stomach with my fists and endure the hunger. I think this sensation of hunger is a clue as to the true nature of this situation. The personality exchange occurred, and I remember getting hungry. Even though I had eaten my fill at Svea, this shows that the entirety of our bodies doesn't change as well. It's a strange hypothesis, but with this, I can reject the possibility that my body is transformed into that of Yukito Satoru and jumped over there. I advanced my speculation while watching steam rise from the kettle. That's like half of the appeal. It's my brain that feels hunger. The feeling of the need to eat comes from a signal sent out by the nerves in the digestive system that is felt as hunger. Then would it be wrong to think that our brains are switching back and forth, wouldn't it? I considered the possibility for a while, but concluded that it's impossible. I felt my hunger immediately after the transfer, as soon as my body became that of Fuyukawa Kokoro. If our brains themselves had switched, the blood inside the brain should have accumulated sugar to be used for energy to some extent. In other words, I shouldn't have felt hungry immediately. It would be appropriate to think that my brain never separated from my body in this world, and that the hunger signal was continuously being sent out. My apologies for creating two Mayuzumi fans. I hadn't considered the possibility. The consistency is there. It sounds like I'm about to hate most of the Ace Attorney cast. I remember in a small voice. Even if my brain jumped into Satoru's skull and perfectly united with the nerve tissues in his spinal cord with a pop, what awaited after that would be a rejection response attack beyond all imagination. The refusal of the body to accept foreign substances, a defense reaction meant to protect it against infection. When an organ or similar tissue from another person is transplanted, it is viewed as a foreign substance by the immune system, which will attempt to destroy the tissue and expel it from the body. This type of immune system attack is called rejection. Okay? Something like swapping brains is nonsense. As expected, this can only be interpreted by my personality, my consciousness being exchanged. There's no other explanation. What is consciousness in the first place? Oh, here we go. The me at Svea was definitely Fuyukawa Kokoro's personality. It entered Yukito Satoru, but it was me. If I had borrowed the figurative comparison from Satoru's note, the driver operating the car known as Yukito Satoru is unmistakably Fuyukawa Kokoro. The reason I think the me in that world and the me in this world are the same is what? What is me to begin with? While thinking this, I come to a single conclusion. Of course. I hate her. She's a bitch 100%. Not quite 14 pages for this. No, not quite. She's a good character who I think has handled being stuck in life and death post-traumatic event as well as most people, which is not very well at all. Unless you are a clone. Think all heart, no brain is crazy right now. Thank you, Mike. True. Yeah, that's a good point. think there's a difference though between calling her best girl and acknowledging she's a good character. There are characters I despise that are good characters. That doesn't, me despising them doesn't mean they're good characters, but because I'm thinking of one particular example from a single game that I will not name right now. In 2019, 8 out of 20. I can think of a couple characters that like I'm just like, damn, I fucking hate you. And I love that because it's like, yes, good character. Well done. Let's say she's not the highest character on my tier list. I would bet that Satoru is probably high up there. It's because my memories are connected.
ちょっと待って。記憶って脳に蓄積されるものじゃなかったっけ？
I saw this documentary on TV. This is just Uchikoshi. This isn't even Kokoro talking anymore. As it pointed out, the mechanism called memory is simply put a network of neural circuits. For example, say you wanted to memorize the word apple. When memorizing the word apple, it's necessary for your brain cells to branch into the dendrites and lengthen into each other, connecting at the synapse. A bridge between neurons. Neurons send signals to each other via synapses. Helps be very pretty. Clearly in this game they ain't. I would like to say I don't condone violence of women when I say I would slap her. Yeah, you know, I don't think anyone thought that until you made the qualifier. Skibbity. Got thin ice, Mike. Hope you're well, by the way. Sometimes being gay makes you sound very misogynist by accident, so I need to cover myself. Like saying I don't like girls can be taken very badly out of context. I totally get what you're saying. I understand. 100%. I do think your username being twink helps cover you a little bit in situations like that. Specifically the I don't like girls part. Sometimes you just need to hit people. It doesn't, you know. No other qualifiers. She needs to be slapped very hard. I've had instances, so it's good to be vigilant. And you mentioning that, anytime, I don't know why this popped into my brain. It reminds me of, being vague here, Yoshi's story about how on Twitter he got called, was it homophobic? Over the FE9 thing. that lives in my head. I think about that sometimes. I'll just be like sitting at my desk and I'll think about that story. I'm like, that it's so ridiculous. I thought you had to be exaggerating, or like there was like a punchline to it. I was like, certainly there's a joke to this. You fuck men because you like men. I fuck men because I hate women. We are not the same. For all the idiots on the internet, Twitter. Oh my god. I do believe that's the same. It's like a Venn diagram. Anyways. Physically, it is red, circular, and a fruit. A variety of different elements must be remembered in combination for you to be able to recall it. If the circuit necessary for remembering apple is completed, it becomes possible to recall the word apple. In other words, memory is asking in what pattern are your brain cells connected. It goes without saying, but Satoru's brain and my brain are different. I need to wrap up after this description. Even so, the memories that were supposed to have been engraved only in my brain were recalled by Satoru's brain. Does this mean that the moment my consciousness flew into Satoru's brain, the neural network inside his brain changed and connected in the shape of Furukawa Kokoro's memories? A nerve cell, composed of a cell body and axon and dendrites, receives and transmits stimuli. I'm gonna save here because, yeah, I'm glad there's voice acting actually, you know, in hindsight. Because I'm going to absolutely decimate my voice if I keep going. Then we slave in slot 60. We got an ending. 12%. Look at that. We like 3 times it. See you sundown. Thank you for coming to our granny talk. Now imagine a bad apple. Oh my god. Thoughts? Thoughts. It's an interesting premise right now. Before the whole cloning thing, like I was sitting there like, this game's like very, I'm so used to pre the menu things being spoilers. I forgot what it's like to play an Uchikoshi game for a while. So like when I was playing it, I was like, damn, this is like very normal. Well, I mean, like, as normal as it was being, right? Like there was some like, oh my god, what the fuck are you doing scenes here and there. But like for the most part, it was like, okay, it's like, you know, here's this like kind of sci-fi like brain fucky story. Hadn't like really gone too far off the deep end. And then, you know, 14 pages on clone. Yeah, trust me, it's I'm a normal VN. It tricked me. I don't know. I'm kind of interested, right? Like I want to know why we were like fucking murdered on the first day there, or I guess the second day. I feel like I haven't really come any closer to understanding the timelines and where they exist within the worlds of each other. We're way too early in the game for me to give you like a thought score at all. Like we basically have just done the intro and started the game now, so but like I'm liking it. But I also liked ZTD for the first couple hours. So like, you know. So proud of Kokoro. She learned how to piss as a guide, and True 15-minute segment on how to piss. Who would have thought? I want to punch whoever made these games. I love reading words with spaces in between them. Really? I don't even notice it. First Rubian, this is a lot of fun. It makes me like the genre. Yeah, it's quite neat. That's a great quote, Sundown. Wouldn't be the same with that story without that scene, TBH. Oh, man. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll play more tomorrow. Kind of the nature of this. Thank you, everyone. I hope you had fun. I know I did. If you haven't already, hey, consider following me if you're new. A couple links real quick. Discord right there. YouTube for both VODs and edited content. And hey, real quick, you know, a little self promo. If you haven't watched the video I made on Zelda 2, you should like totally do that and like, you know, ha 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 ha, maybe like, you know, haha. Anyway, be really appreciated. If you already have, thank you, I appreciate it. And if you don't want to, totally understand. And finally, we're gonna band check us out. We're gonna rate out the Aether. Beautiful. And then I'm gonna go feed my fish and get more water. Thank you all for being here. I hope you all have a lovely rest of your night, day, afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it may be. You should make a command for a link to that playlist. Oh, sure, that's a good idea. I shall. No, I won't eat these fish. They're not losing races for me. Anyway, I hope you all have a lovely rest of your night, day, afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it may be. Please remember to stay safe, stay healthy, and I will talk to you guys again soon. Peace out and bye for now.